C1296 Acquiring the First Ancient Seal. Chapter 1296 Acquiring the First Ancient Seal. The Shi family. Who could have foreseen that an individual from that esteemed lineage would descend to this realm? Liang Shaoxing cried inwardly. The Shi family resided exclusively in the supreme heaven, and they occupied a preeminent position among the dragon race. Though they didn't have a direct role in overseeing the four ancient seals, one of the clans under their authority held that responsibility. If the Shi family was forced to act, this issue with the traitor must be of significant magnitude. Liang Shaoxing sighed inwardly before speaking. I understand. If it's the Shi family, I will do everything in my power to assist you. He then retrieved his spatial ring and took out a metal box from within. The metal box looked ordinary at a glance, but it had several layers of powerful formations protecting it. Level 6, no. It's at least a level 7 formation. Yuan quickly understood that the formation was far more advanced than he had initially thought. It was not just a level 6 formation, it was at least level 7, if not higher. This realization meant that even if he had managed to take the metal box by force, he wouldn't have been able to open it until he became a level 7 array master or higher. Yuan looked at Liang Shaoxing and wondered if he was a level 7 array master. However, to Yuan's surprise, Liang Shaoxing took a different approach to unlocking the formation. Instead of using conventional methods, Liang Shaoxing dripped several drops of his own blood onto the metal box. The metal box quickly absorbed his blood, causing the protective formation to unlock itself. Once all of the formations vanished, the metal box unfolded itself, revealing what appeared to be a metal piece of a puzzle inside. This is actually my first time seeing the ancient seal. What a unique appearance it has. Yuan muttered. It is only a piece of the full key, after all. Liang Shaoxing did not find anything weird with Yuan's comment since the ancient seals rarely leave their holder's grasp. Your Majesty, what is the Shi family's plan regarding the traitor? Liang Shaoxing suddenly asked. We still don't know the identity of the traitor, and for all I know, it could be you. Yuan shrugged. What? No way. I swear upon my bloodline that I am not the traitor. I would never dare, not even in my dreams. Liang Shaoxing immediately declared. Unfortunately, I don't know that for sure. Therefore, the Shi family has decided to retrieve all ancient seals for the time being until everything is sorted. Retrieving all ancient seals. While Liang Shaoxing understood the rationale behind the Shi family's decision, he couldn't help but find it astonishing, as it marked the first time an event of this magnitude had occurred. And I'll be honest with you. Yuan added, there's a good chance that the Shi family will decide to change the ancient seal holders as well as a precaution. Liang Shaoxing nodded, that makes sense. I have been holding on to this ancient seal for over 20,000 years now. I thought I would be holding it until my last breath, but this is fine as well. I shall entrust it to you and the Shi family. Liang Shaoxing offered the ancient seal to Yuan without any suspicion that he was being scammed. Thank you. Yuan accepted the ancient seal and stored it inside his dragon spatial ring. Now then, let's talk about the other matter. Huh? What other matter? Liang Shaoxing raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. You forgot already? I'm talking about helping you improve your bloodline. Consider this as a gift for your assistance and because you didn't make things difficult for both of us. Liang Xiaosheng's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. Are you serious, Your Majesty? You're willing to help improve my bloodline? He didn't dare believe it. Yes, but to be honest with you, I am not 100% certain my idea will work, so it will only be an attempt. Yuan had no idea if his plan was feasible, but he wanted to give Liang Shaoxing something in return for the ancient seal to ease his own guilt. Then, Liang Shaoxing suddenly halted and closed his mouth with a pondering face. Is something wrong? Yuan asked. No, but I have a request for Your Majesty. Instead of improving this unworthy one's bloodline, can you help someone else? My granddaughter, her talent and future are better than mine, after all. Yuan nodded, I don't mind. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liang Xiaosheng's face immediately brightened with excitement. She's currently at her sect, but I'll tell her to return immediately. In the meantime, please enjoy the feast we've prepared for you. I appreciate the feast, but I don't like to be around people. That's perfectly fine. We can bring the food here for you. If that's the case. Yuan nodded. Servants showed up shortly after to replace some furniture before filling the room with food and drinks. Please enjoy yourself, Your Majesty. If you need anything, I will be waiting right outside this room. Liang Xiaosheng bowed before leaving the room since he knew that Yuan needed to take off his mask to consume the food. Once he was alone, Yuan removed his mask and began cleaning up the dishes. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaosheng contacted his son. I want Liang Qinru to come back immediately. Liang Dishan had a look of disbelief on his face as he asked, Father, don't tell me you're trying to give her to the Dragon Emperor? You fool. Do you honestly think the Shi family's Dragon Emperor would take an interest in someone from a branch family? He's way beyond our reach. Liang Xiaosheng lectured him. What? He's from the Shi family? Liang Dishan exclaimed in shock after learning of this information. If you understand the situation, hurry up and call her back. We cannot let him wait too long. I understand. I will immediately send someone to go get her yourself. Liang Xiaosheng commanded. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and immediately left the mansion. C1397 Spiritual Energy Outburst. Chapter 1297 Spiritual Energy Outburst. 1297 Spiritual Energy Outburst. Sometime after Liang Dishan left the mansion, he arrived at the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor, a secluded sect with fewer than 1,000 disciples. Despite their small number of disciples, the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor was an immense powerhouse within the third heaven. They were the most powerful sect and had the highest concentration of geniuses, true geniuses that have the capability to fight those at a much higher cultivation than themselves. The Heaven and Earth Grand Manor also had a presence in the upper heavens, which granted them connections and resources far beyond what other sects could hope to compare. All of the sect elders in the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor were spirit kings, with many of them being at the peak of spirit king. Senior Liang, what can we do for you today? The sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Grand Manor personally greeted Liang Dishan when he arrived. Where's my daughter? I need her to return home immediately, he said. The sect leader responded while shaking his head, unfortunately, disciple Liang just entered closed cultivation. If we disturb her now, it might affect her cultivation. Typically, when an individual goes into secluded cultivation, they stand at the precipice of a breakthrough, requiring utmost tranquility and forbearance of interruptions, as even the slightest disruption could bring irreparable harm to them. However, to the sect leader's shock, Liang Dishan said, I don't care. Bring her out. This is an emergency. Liang Qinru was the Liang family's priceless treasure. She had talents that hadn't been seen in their family for over 100,000 years, so they poured all of their efforts and resources into her. The thought of damaging her talents and her future was simply unthinkable, even if the chances of that happening were less than 1%, regardless of the emergency. Senior Liang, I don't want to sound rude, but it would be imprudent to interrupt her at this point. The sect leader sighed. I am well aware of the risks. However, this matter exceeds that. If you're not going to bring her out, I will personally do it myself. Liang Dishan exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. The sect leader sighed again, I understand. I'll go call her right now. Sometime after the sect leader left, the entire Heaven and Earth Grand Manor shook violently, almost as though it was hit by an earthquake. Furthermore, the atmosphere pulsated with an overwhelming reservoir of spiritual energy, an immense force that served as the true catalyst behind the earthquake. When Liang Dishan sensed the spiritual energy and recognized it as his daughter's spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth and clenched fists, his face filled with dread. Qinru, I'm sorry. He cried inwardly. The occurrence of a spiritual energy outburst in this manner typically signifies that someone's profound breakthrough has been prematurely disrupted, so the chances of Liang Qinru's breakthrough being interrupted were quite high. Liang Dishan's worst nightmare came true when the sect leader returned to him with a pale complexion. "Where's my daughter?" Liang Dishan asked with a deep frown. "She's currently being treated for her injury." "There's no way you didn't feel the disturbance just now." "Because we interrupted her right before she had a breakthrough, she's currently experiencing immense backlash. If I hadn't prepared for this possibility beforehand and treated her the instant it happened, her cultivation would have been crippled. This is why I didn't want to disturb her." Liang Dishan rubbed his eyes and asked, "How bad is it?" "Very bad, worst case scenario. That spiritual energy outburst just now was more than half of her cultivation base, so she's only a spirit lord now. It will take another 100 years for her to recover, and we still don't know if her talents have been affected by this incident." Heavens! Liang Dishan felt his knees weakening after hearing such news. "Just what is this emergency, anyways?" the sect leader asked. Liang Dishan refused to answer such a question. After all, if it was revealed that he risked Liang Qinru's cultivation in order for her to meet someone, his reputation would vanish instantly. After another hour, Liang Qinru's treatment was completed, and she was returned to Liang Dishan. At the sight of his daughter, her pale countenance and fragile demeanor sent Liang Dishan's heart plummeting. "Qinru. Are you okay?" he asked her. "Do I appear fine to you? You disturbed my breakthrough, causing me to forfeit half of my cultivation. Just why did you come here?" she bellowed in fury. Liang Dishan lapsed into silence, his response eluding him in the face of her anger. After a moment of silence, he muttered, "Let's go. Your grandfather is waiting for our return." "No. I will not leave until you tell me what this emergency is." Liang Qinru sternly refused. Liang Dishan didn't say anything else and used his spiritual energy to carry her, forcing her to move. If Liang Qinru still had her original cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. "I can't believe you. Just wait until I tell Grandpa about this." Liang Qinru was left baffled by his unreasonable treatment towards her, especially when he had always treated her like a princess. Sometime later, once things calmed down a little, Liang Qinru asked again, "Father, what happened? Did something happen to the family?" "No, but something might if we don't return immediately. We have an important guest, and you're going to meet him." Liang Qinru's jaw dropped after hearing this news. "You nearly cost me my life just so I could meet someone? Are you out of your mind?" she cried out loud. "He isn't just someone. He's a dragon emperor from the Shi family," he exclaimed. However, that didn't quell Liang Qinru's anger. "I don't care if he's a dragon emperor or from the Shi family. How dare you sell me to another man? And you are the one who's always telling me to stay away from them. Nobody is trying to sell you. He just wants to meet you for some reason. But if he fancies you, it would greatly benefit our entire family and you. With his influence, he could easily compensate you for your injury today and more." Because they were in such a hurry, Liang Xiaoxing forgot to tell Liang Dishan their reason for wanting Liang Qinru. "Are you listening to yourself? If you aren't trying to sell me, I don't know what is. This is why I didn't want to come." Liang Dishan sighed inwardly. C1298 Liang Qinru. Chapter 1298 Liang Qinru 1298 Liang Qinru. Eventually, Liang Dishan and Liang Qinru returned to their household. "What took you so long?" Liang Xiaoxing yelled at them on sight the moment they returned. "Grandpa. Please help me. Father has gone crazy. Because of him, my breakthrough was disturbed and I experienced a spiritual energy outburst. My cultivation even dropped all the way to Spirit Lord because of the outburst." Liang Qinru immediately began begging for help. However, to her surprise, Liang Xiaoxing dismissed her complaints and said, "It's just a mere spiritual energy outburst. Your cultivation will eventually recover. However, this opportunity is a once-in-lifetime event. Quickly, come with me." Liang Qinru couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her grandfather, who treasured her more than even her father and was known to move heaven and earth at her slightest request, was dismissive about the injustice she'd experienced. Seeing how she wasn't moving, Liang Shaoxing resolved to take matters into his own hands. He firmly seized her arm and proceeded to guide her away. As they approached the guest room that was occupied by Yuan, Liang Shaoxing warned her, "When you meet the Dragon Emperor, make sure you don't say or do anything offensive, as that could literally cause the death of our entire family." "Is this Dragon Emperor really that important? I can't believe you're going to sell me to him," she sighed with a distressed look on her face. If her cultivation base hadn't been harmed, she wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. "What the hell are you talking about? Who said anything about selling you?" Liang Shaoxing frowned. "Huh? Then why did you force me to come back? And why are you so desperate to let him see me if you're not trying to sell me? You foolish girl. Do you have any idea what kind of power a Dragon Emperor possesses? One from the Shi family, no less. The Dragon Emperor is a benevolent and charitable person, and he agreed to help you improve your bloodline." "What? My bloodline?" Liang Qinru's eyes widened with surprise. "He was originally going to help me, but I requested for him to help you instead. After all, you're the most talented in our family with the brightest future. But the spiritual energy outburst could have affected my talents. That kind of minor setback will become irrelevant once your bloodline improves. Even if it increases by a single grade, your talents will soar to unimaginable heights, to levels that even if all of your talents are gone, it would still make you far stronger than before." Liang Qinru swallowed nervously after hearing such words that sounded quite exaggerated. Upon reaching their destination, Liang Shaoxing issued one final caution, his voice weighted with concern. "Please, remember not to take any action that might incur his displeasure. If he makes any requests of you, simply acknowledge them with a nod." He then knocked on the door and announced, "Your Majesty, my granddaughter, Liang Qinru, has arrived. We apologize for the delay. Qinru needed treatment after experiencing a spiritual energy outbreak because we disturbed her seclusion to rush her here, and she was in the midst of a breakthrough." "Spiritual energy outbreak?" Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this unfamiliar term. He wore his mask and opened the door a moment later. "This is the Dragon Emperor. Why is he wearing a mask?" Liang Qinru wondered to herself. "Qinru greets your Majesty," she said as she bowed her head in a respectful manner. "What happened to you?" Yuan inquired for more information. "I was in the middle of a breakthrough when my father came to get me. A spiritual energy outburst occurred when I lost my concentration, and I ended up losing more than half of my cultivation base." Liang Qinru explained, hoping to gain some sympathy from him. Sure enough, Yuan felt bad for her. That is truly an unfortunate incident. Since it was entirely Liang Dishan and Liang Xiaosheng's fault for rushing her return, Yuan didn't feel guilty about her incident. However, he definitely pitied her. "Although I cannot return your lost cultivation, I can try to improve your bloodline. What do you say? My cultivation will eventually return, but improving my bloodline is a different story. If you could do such a thing for me, I would be forever grateful to your Majesty." Liang Qinru raised her head, revealing her face to him. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw Liang Qinru's face, as she greatly resembled somebody that he knew. Dragon Goddess Yao? Although she looked much younger, Liang Qinru resembled Dragon Goddess Yao. Of course, it could be a coincidence. Yuan contemplated to himself. The other Azure Dragon family possessed the scale of Dragon Goddess Yao, which contained a fragment of her memories. With this revelation, the notion of a profound connection between the Azure Dragon family and Dragon Goddess Yao seemed increasingly plausible. "Your Majesty, may I inquire if something is bothering you?" Liang Shaoxing asked when Yuan suddenly became silent. Yuan snapped out of his daze and said, "No, I was just thinking about the process. Anyways, let's get this started. If there's anything you need for the ritual, our family will cover all of it." Liang Shaoxing then said. "Ritual? There's no need for a ritual." Yuan shook his head. Then how are you going to improve her bloodline?" Liang Shaoxing was quite puzzled, as it usually required a ritual to improve one's bloodline. You'll see in just a moment, Yuan gestured for them to enter the room behind him. Once they were all inside the room and closed it, Yuan picked up an empty cup from the table and began filling it with his blood. The grandfather and granddaughter duo watched with wide eyes. When the cup was nearly filled to the brim with his blood, Yuan offered it to Liang Qinru, who had a baffled look on her face. Noticing her hesitation, Yuan spoke with a chuckle, "Don't worry, the cup is unused and clean." C1299 Cup of Blood. Chapter 1299 Cup of Blood 1299 Cup of Blood. Why, Your Majesty, just to confirm, you want me to drink your blood? Liang Qinru asked him in a nervous voice. Anyone would be hesitant if they are suddenly told to drink a cup of blood, especially when the blood belonged to a complete stranger. That's right. Yuan nodded, confirming her worries. Liang Qinru swallowed nervously as she stared at the cup of blood in silence. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept His Majesty's generous offering. Liang Xiaoxing urged her to accept the cup. And he said to her through divine sense, the blood of a dragon emperor is unfathomably pure. Our blood are no different than muddy water in comparison. If you consume his blood, there's a really good chance that your bloodline will improve. Even if it doesn't, his blood will definitely benefit you in many other ways. If I can get rid of him just by drinking some blood, then... Liang Qinru thought to herself. Thank you, Your Majesty. After resolving herself, Liang Qinru accepted the cup of blood and held it against her soft lips. A deep breath later, Liang Qinru tilted the cup and swallowed a mouthful of the blood. Liang Qinru, who had her eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, her pupils dilated with shock. Liang Xiaoxing noticed the look on her face and wondered what caused her to make such a surprised face. What in heaven's name is this flavor? Why is it so delicious? Liang Qinru exclaimed within her thoughts, her senses overwhelmed by the unprecedented gustatory delight. It was as if she had never experienced anything so delectable, akin to a starved soul savoring the most sumptuous of feasts for the very first time. And without any hesitation, she went for another mouthful. In the following moment, her body visibly trembled under the onslaught of the intense sensation coursing through her mouth and throat. After swallowing her third mouthful of blood, Liang Qinru could feel her entire being burning up, almost as though her blood was boiling. Though, she was too absorbed in the taste of Yuan's blood to notice the change in her body. However, as an observer, Liang Xiaoxing noticed her complexion turning red, looking as though she was getting extremely drunk, not to mention her eurific look. It was only when she inevitably emptied the cup that Liang Qinru snapped back into sense. Clang! Liang Qinru suddenly dropped the cup in her hands and fell to her knees. What is happening? My body is burning. My breath, I can't breathe. Liang Qinru began panicking. Calm yourself, Yuan said. That sensation is simply your bloodline undergoing a profound transformation. After all, he had experienced the same sensation during his bloodline's awakening. Upon hearing his words, Liang Qinru's panic subsided, and she gradually realized that, despite the fiery sensation coursing through her body, she was not in any actual pain but rather experiencing only mild discomfort. What are you doing? Hurry up and cultivate. Liang Xiaoxing suddenly reminded her. Liang Qinru immediately positioned herself in the lotus position and began cultivating. However, she wasn't cultivating to increase her cultivation. Instead, she was focused on the change occurring within her body and trying to maximize its effects. Yuan then said, "This will probably take a while. Let's go outside to avoid disturbing her." After exiting the room, Liang Xiaoxing immediately lowered his head and bowed to Yuan. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Words cannot express my gratitude to you, so if you need..." Yuan raised a hand and interrupted, "Don't worry about it. And seeing how everything worked out properly, I shall take my leave now." Huh? You're leaving already? But Qinru still hasn't thanked you yet. I'm sure she'll finish soon, too. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of work to do. Tell her to save her gratitude until our next meeting. I'm sure we'll meet again, too. Yuan said, refusing to stay there any longer. Liang Shaoxing wanted Yuan to stay a little longer, but he also didn't want to be too bothersome, so he had no choice but to nod his head. Then at least let me show you the way out. Omicron M. Yuan shook his head and said, someone needs to stay here to make sure she's not disturbed. We wouldn't want another spiritual energy outburst to happen to her, right? Then I'll take my leave now. Without letting Liang Shaoxing say another word, Yuan turned around and walked away, quickly disappearing from Liang Xiaosheng's sight. Liang Shaoxing made sure to bow to Yuan as he walked away, staying that way even long after he was gone. Liang Qinru would not come out of the room for many hours, 9 hours to be exact. Liang Shaoxing guarded her room the entire time, making sure nobody could disturb her. After emerging from the room, Liang Qinru's foremost desire was to express her heartfelt gratitude to the Dragon Emperor. However, to her dismay, she was told that he had left long ago. His Majesty departed shortly after you commenced your cultivation, Liang Shaoxing relayed. He also instructed me to convey a message to you, save your gratitude until your next meeting. Our next meeting. Liang Qinru muttered, her face suddenly turning red. Anyways, how do you feel? Liang Shaoxing inquired about her condition a moment later. Liang Qinru clenched her fists and muttered, my body is overflowing with strength even though my cultivation hasn't recovered a bit. I don't know how much my bloodline has improved, but I can say with certainty that I am currently stronger than I was before my spiritual energy outburst despite having a lower cultivation. That powerful? Liang Shaoxing swallowed nervously after hearing such outrageous claims. In fact, I can still feel my bloodline getting stronger as we speak. This is simply incomprehensible. Liang Qinru sighed, feeling a sense of awe. She looked at Liang Shaoxing and asked, by the way, His Majesty, what was his name? Huh? Liang Shaoxing made a weird face upon hearing her question, as it made him realize that he never asked for a name. C1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. Chapter 1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. 1300 Partaking in the Exile Recruitment. You don't know his name? I can't believe you'd make such an embarrassing mistake, Grandpa. Liang Qinru was livid after learning of this information. What? Is there really a need to know his name? We know he's a dragon emperor from the Shi family, isn't that good enough? How many dragon emperors do you think exist in the 9 heavens, much less from the Shi family? Liang Shaoxing defended himself. That's... Liang Qinru couldn't argue with his logic. Anyways, let's get your bloodline tested. If it's good enough, I'll immediately contact the main branch and see if they will be willing to accept your transfer. Okay. Liang Qinru hoped that her bloodline had reached the main branch's standards, as that would allow her to move to the upper heavens, where she could meet the Dragon Emperor again. Meanwhile, after leaving the Azure Dragon family's territory, Yuan flew straight toward the nearest city, where he logged off upon arrival. After logging off, Yuan went to find Mei Feng, who was just finishing up her daily cleaning. I need some help regarding the 10 great families. Do you know where their recruitment is being held? Yuan asked, as he decided to deal with them before ascending to the 4th heaven. As far as I am aware, one needs to contact them by phone and answer some questions before they are given the location, Mei Feng said. To root out those without an exile, Yuan mumbled to himself. Would you like me to give them a call? Mei Feng then asked. I will call them myself since they'll most likely be asking questions only those with an exile could answer. I understand. Give me a minute. After receiving the recruitment's phone number, Yuan immediately gave them a call. Hello, thank you for contacting us. Before we begin the recruitment, please answer this question. What is an exile? The person on the other side of the phone asked Yuan. To filter out players who might attempt to contact them without possessing an exile, the recruitment process incorporated a straightforward question, serving as a method to identify and discern such individuals. Certainly, the answer could be obtained by individuals without an exile, but the effectiveness was enough for the recruitment. Exiles are criminals that have been banished to the primordial realm. Thank you. My name is David, and I will be your recruiter for today. We will now begin the recruitment process. To start things off, where are you currently located in? Just the realm is enough. I'm currently in the third heaven. Perfect. Then what is your cultivation? Yuan had to ponder for a few seconds before responding, 9th level Spirit Grandmaster. My. So you're a top player? David uttered in surprise. The top players are only Spirit Grandmasters? Yuan sighed inwardly as the realization dawned upon him that the top players were merely Spirit Grandmasters. Being a player with minimal interaction with the broader player base, Yuan's understanding of their world was essentially zero. It's all thanks to my exile, Yuan said a moment later. Of course. The difference between players with an exile and those without is akin to heaven and earth. David was fully convinced that Yuan had an exile by his side now. Let's move on to the next question, and please be as detailed as possible when answering the next few questions. Where and when did you meet your exile? In addition to recruitment, the 10 great families also took this opportunity to learn more about exiles in hopes of finding more of them. After pondering for a moment, Yuan calmly answered, I met my exile about half a year ago near South Wing City in Second Heaven. How did you meet? She found me when I was lost. What condition did you have to meet before being accepted by the exile? Condition? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this question, as he doesn't recall fulfilling any condition. Eventually, he made a guess and said, I had to entertain her. Can you be a little more specific? What kind of entertainment? She was bored, so I hunted some magical beasts for her. Contemplating these questions, Yuan found himself pondering how other players encountered their exiles and whether they had undergone specific quests to secure approval. After all, it seemed inconceivable that any exile would willingly accept a weak player as their master, considering the potential impact on the fulfillment of their legacy. What grade is your exile? David then asked. Yuan contemplated for a moment whether he should answer properly, but considering how much had overestimated the players before, he eventually decided to give a fake answer. What was before divine grade, again? She's a Lord grade servant, Yuan answered. Wow. Lord grade. Your exile must be exceptionally powerful. David expressed his awe so clearly it could be visualized through the phone. Out of curiosity, what grades are the other exiles? Yuan asked. They are mostly elite grade. Out of the dozens of players we have recruited, you're the third one to have a Lord grade exile. Such sensitive information is typically kept a secret, but David wanted to recruit Yuan no matter what after learning that his exile was Lord grade. I see, Yuan expected most exiles to be Lord grade if not divine grade like Xiaohua, so he was greatly surprised to hear that most of them were only elite grade. How could there be such a huge difference? What determines their grades? Their strength, or their potential? David continued asking questions shortly after. What is your player ID? Xiaoyang. Is that your real name as well? Yes. Eventually. Thank you for taking the time to answer our questions. This marks the end of the first part of the recruitment. For the next part of the recruitment, you will need to show up at a specific location in Cultivation Online with your exile, where another player with an exile will confirm the identity of your exile. Will you be able to make it there right now? It's located at Enchanted Bamboo Forest near Yoke City. I can make my way there now. Great. Please call this number when you've arrived. David said before giving him another phone number. C1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. Chapter 1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. 1301 Majestic Pill Pavilion. After hanging up the phone, Yuan sat there in silence and pondered how he should act accordingly. Since he had an exile, there wasn't any need to worry about failing the recruitment. However, his face is quite renowned after his announcement half a year ago, so most players out there have probably memorized his face by now. I could go to the recruitment wearing a mask, but that'd be a little suspicious. Even if I transformed myself, there's a decent chance that I'd be recognized. Suddenly, Yuan recalled the existence of a certain pill that could change his outer appearance and decided to disguise himself for his recruitment. Now that he's dealt with his problem, he has to worry about Xiaohua. Even without much knowledge of the other exiles, he would be willing to bet his life that Xiaohua was unique and that not many other exiles were as small and young as her. He was also pretty sure that Xionglu had warned the others of Xiaohua, who killed Zhaohui, so they would all be alerted the moment they saw her. Can the pills also make her taller? Yuan wondered inwardly, as he was only aware of the pill's capability to alter one's facial features. In the end, not wanting to overthink it, he decided to think about Xiaohua's disguise after getting his hands on some appearance-altering pills. Normally, he'd go to phone Yuxiang for such an issue, but because of her condition, he would have to find other ways to acquire the pills. After returning to, Yuan immediately went around asking people about stores that sold pills. The Majestic Pill Pavilion will have all of your pill needs. There's a small branch in this city, but if you're willing to make the trip, there's a major store in the Western Owl City that will sell almost all pills one can imagine. Can I travel to the Western Owl City through the teleportation device? Yuan asked. Of course, but it'll cost you a good amount. Thank you. Yuan decided to check out the branch store first. The branch store was smaller than Yuan had envisioned. The interior was barely large enough to fit a dozen people inside at once, and there was only one person working at the desk. Welcome to the Majestic Pill Pavilion. How can I help you? The worker there asked when Yuan approached the desk. Do you have any pills that can change one's appearance? Appearance-altering pills, huh? They are quite rare, so we don't carry any here. If you want to buy them, you'll have to go to the main branch at Western Owl City. In the end, Yuan had to travel to the Western Owl City. Half an hour later, Yuan arrived at Western Owl City and the Majestic Pill Pavilion. This place is ridiculously huge. Yuan was baffled at the sight of the colossal building that spanned an entire block and towered with 40 floors. The place looked more like a royalty's apartment building than a store. Having seldom relied on pills in his journey, Yuan possessed limited knowledge when it came to the intricacies of the pill market. In the world of cultivation, pills stand as an indispensable resource for both cultivators and mortals alike. Whether sought for medicinal purposes or to enhance one's cultivation, pills often take precedence over treasures due to their abundance and effectiveness. Yuan entered the building shortly after. The first floor consisted mostly of reception desks and information boards for the other floors. Thank you for waiting. Here is your order, Senior Huang. The worker handed a box of pills to the customer. On the first floor, ordinary customers could order pills and pick them up at a later date. If one wanted a specific pill, they could find them at the information board, where hundreds of jade slips could be found hanging. Each jade slip contained information regarding all of the available pills in the store and which floor they could be found on. After looking through the jade slip, Yuan found the appearance-altering pills on the 7th floor. However, something else intrigued him. On the 35th to the 37th floor, there were alchemy classes being taught. The 35th floor is meant for beginners with less than 10 years of experience. The 36th floor is meant for intermediate alchemists with less than 100 years of experience. Last but not least, advanced alchemists with over 100 years of experience go to the 37th floor. Surprisingly, these alchemy classes were free, so Yuan could enter without paying a single coin. However, the classes are taught only once a month. Oh. There are classes in session today on the 35th floor. Yuan pondered taking a peek inside briefly after he finished with his shopping. Sometime later, he arrived on the 7th floor, and he immediately walked to the nearest empty desk. Hello, what kind of pills are you looking to buy today? The worker, a handsome young man, greeted him with a bright smile. Appearance-altering pills. Certainly. They are currently 25 spirit stones each. How many would you like to purchase? 100 spirit stones? That's 100,000 gold coins for a single pill. Yuan cried inwardly after hearing the price. Fortunately, he was pretty rich. I'll take 2. Despite his immense wealth, Yuan only bought what was necessary. Oh, can these pills alter one's height? He then asked. Unfortunately, they can only alter your facial features. Only the grand appearance-altering pills can achieve full-body alteration. Those are 1,000 spirit stones each, but even cultivators at spirit enlightenment won't be able to see through your disguise. Yuan's eyes widened at the price, and he asked, what about the appearance-altering pills? Who will be able to tell the difference? They will work against spirit lords at best, but even then, if someone is experienced with disguises, they would be able to tell even if they are only a spirit grandmaster. The worker explained. The exiles at the recruitment will mostly be spirit kings, so that would render the ordinary appearance-altering pills pointless. Okay, I'll take 2 grand appearance-altering pills instead. Yuan handed over 2,000 spirit stones. Thank you. I will bring them to you right away. The young man said before disappearing into one of many back rooms on that floor. C1302 Alchemy Flames. Chapter 1302 Alchemy Flames. 1302 Alchemy Flames. The young man returned with a small wooden box a few minutes later. He opened it before Yuan to show the 2 red pills resting inside. Please confirm the product. Grand Appearance Altering Pill, Tier 4, Purity, 81%, Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Xianxia. Limit, once every 6 hours, Grand Appearance Altering Pill, Tier 4, Purity, 87%, Effects, alters one's appearance. Will last for 6 hours. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Huang Li. Limit, once every 6 hours, I have confirmed it, Yuan said as he accepted the wooden box, tossing it inside his spatial ring. Is there anything else that I can help you with? No, this is all. Thank you. Yuan walked away, making his way to the 35th floor to take a glimpse of their class. Upon arriving at the 35th floor, Yuan was greeted by a large door with 2 spirit lord guards. I'd like to experience the alchemy class, Yuan said to the guards as he approached them. The guards silently inspected him for a moment before nodding their heads. Yuan opened the door and entered the massive room. The room's interior, devoid of decorations and furniture for space efficiency, housed over 500 people at a glance. They sat in silence, attentively observing a middle-aged woman on a platform at the room's end as she skillfully concocted pills. Yuan took a seat at an empty spot and used his divine sense to take a closer look at the concoction. Since he watched Wang Xiuying concoct pills before, he understood the basics and the middle-aged woman's current progression. Since she's still melting the ingredients, she must have just started. 3 hours later. She's still melting the ingredients? It took Wang Xiuying only an hour to finish. Yuan wondered if the pill being created was much more powerful than the Tier 2 pill Wang Xiuying had concocted. Eventually, after waiting 4 whole hours, the alchemist on the stage intensified the strength of her alchemy flames, causing it to dance vigorously. Several more minutes later, the alchemist opened the cauldron, releasing a cloud of dark smoke and revealing the completed pill. Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 91%, Effects, restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by pill expert Mingyi. Limit, once every hour, it's only a Tier 1 pill? Even the purity is worse than the Tier 2 pill concocted by Wang Xiuying. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Does this mean Wang Xiuying was already more skillful than this pill expert half a year ago? This pill expert is a spirit lord, too. While Yuan was disappointed by the results, the rest of the audience there were filled with awe and cheered like fans during a concert. I hope you all paid attention to my demonstration just now. If you have a cauldron and would like to try to concoct the pill yourself, we have the ingredients over there. I will be going around to instruct you as well. The middle-aged woman said. Hearing this, multiple people there brought out their cauldron. Yuan wanted to try concocting a pill, but he did not have any alchemy flames. I still have the cauldron I bought with Wang Xiuying, but I don't have the alchemy flames needed to concoct pills. If I really want to, this store sells alchemy flames on the 38th and 39th floors. After pondering for a moment, Yuan left the 35th floor and made his way to the 38th floor. "Hello, are you looking to purchase alchemy flames?" A pretty young woman beckoned him when she noticed him looking around. Yuan nodded as he approached the young woman. "Do you have any alchemy flames meant for beginners?" he asked. "Of course. What type of alchemy flames are you looking for? How many types are out there?" "Sorry, I'm really new to this." "Don't worry about it, we've all been there." The young woman chuckled, and she continued, "Anyways, there are 3 main types of alchemy flames: spirit, tranquil, and neutral. Spirit-type alchemy flames are fierce and vicious in nature. They are extremely powerful and require minimal spiritual energy to maximize their strength, making them the most powerful type of alchemy flames. However, because of their viciousness, they are also extremely hard to control, so only those with peak talents or vast experience would use this type of flames. Meanwhile, tranquil-type alchemy flames are the complete opposite of spirit-type. They are calm and gentle in nature, so they will be much easier to control. Unfortunately, they are not as powerful as spirit types and will require much more spiritual energy than spirit types to achieve the same results. This is the most popular type of flames for beginners, but most of them quickly change to the other types after gaining some experience. Last but certainly not least, we have neutral type, also known as ordinary alchemy flames. Just as its name implies, they have a neutral nature. They are neither calm nor vicious, placed right between spirit type and tranquil type with a perfect balance of power and control. Most experienced alchemists favor this type. In fact, the vast majority of alchemists use this type of flame. Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding, he'll choose tranquil type. Since he has an immense supply of spiritual energy, he won't have to worry about the inefficiency of such flames, and as a beginner, he should use something easy to manage. "I understand. Here is a list of all available tranquil-type alchemy flames for sale. The first 3 pages are meant for beginners, so you don't have to look past that." The young woman handed him a thin book with about 5 pages. Yuan nodded and started looking through the book. Although 3 pages sounded a lot at first, once he looked at the book, there were only 6 names per page. However, when he saw the prices for these beginners' alchemy flames, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. 1. Nameless Tranquil Flames, 10 million Spirit Stones. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million Spirit Stones. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million Spirit Stones. 4. Blue Fate, 490,500,000 Spirit Stones. 5. Royal Sea, 585 million Spirit Stones. 6. Perfect Silver, 700 million Spirit Stones. Holy fuck. Why the hell are they so expensive? He cried inwardly. C1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. Chapter 1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. 1303 Creating Alchemy Flames. The prices for the alchemy flames were so outrageously expensive that Yuan doubted if his eyes were working properly. Am I seeing this right? 1, 2, 3, 9 digits? Why the hell do these alchemy flames cost so much? Yuan had to count the digits 2 times before he could believe what he was seeing. After confirming the prices, Yuan noticed the other information written beside each alchemy flame. 2. Azure Jade, 370 million Spirit Stones. Description: discovered and named by pill demoness Li Hua 3 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Azure Jade will automatically gain a 30% increased effect. Recovery pills will gain an additional 10% increased effect. 3. Soothing Heavens, 450 million Spirit Stones. Description: discovered and named by Heavenly Soldier by Long 900,000 years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Soothing Heavens will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. Strengthening pills will also gain an additional 1% purity. For Blue Fate, 490,500,000 Spirit Stones. Description: discovered and named by Ice Fairy Wooing 5 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with Blue Fate will automatically gain a 35% increased effect. All pills have a 5% chance of gaining an additional 15% increased effect. 5. Royal C585 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Princess of the Sea Lu Hai 11 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with blue fate will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. When concocting pills near the sea, gain an additional 2% purity. 6. Perfect silver, 700 million spirit stones. Description: discovered and named by Silver Emperor Jin Boang 7 million years ago. Effects: pills concocted with perfect silver will automatically gain a 40% increased effect. There is a 1% chance to duplicate all completed pills. As Yuan read the additional effects granted by the alchemy flames, he started to understand why they are so astronomically expensive. When the young woman saw Yuan's surprised expression, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Named alchemy flames are very expensive due to their scarcity. How does one discover named alchemy flames? Yuan then asked. Named alchemy flames are simply special alchemy flames with unique properties. They can be found anywhere in the world, and when they are discovered for the first time, the individual who discovered it may give it a name. Are named alchemy flames one of kind? Certainly not. Most named alchemy flames have identical duplicates. In fact, the ones we have for sale at the moment exist elsewhere. However, certain alchemy flames are considered one of kind, as only one has ever been discovered to this day. If I recall correctly, there are exactly 10 one-of-kind named alchemy flames in existence at the moment. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, if I were to acquire nameless alchemy flames today, would it be difficult to change it in the future? No, but you will need to learn how to control your new flames from scratch. Some experts also carry more than a single type of alchemy flame. After learning all of this information about alchemy flames, Yuan pondered if he should spend 10 million spirit stones just to try out alchemy. While I have plenty of wealth after looting the nameless emperor's tomb, it's not as though I have any spirit stones on me since I still need to sell the treasures. He had planned on selling the ancient grade treasures he took from the nameless emperor's tomb in the fourth heaven since there is more wealth in that place compared to the third heaven. Besides buying them, are there any other methods to acquiring alchemy flames? Yuan suddenly asked. Of course. Most nameless alchemy flames are not found in the wild but created by alchemists, you know. Really? The young woman nodded and said, if you want to try creating your own alchemy flames, we can sell you the method to do so. It'll only cost 100 spirit stones. Huh? Why is it so cheap? Yuan was surprised when he heard about the low price. While this method is public information, it's not something you can learn by going around asking people. Also, not everyone has the capability to create their own alchemy flames. Only 1 in 100,000 people have such talent. I'd like to purchase the method. Yuan decided a moment later. Okay, give me a second. The young woman reached underneath her desk and retrieved a thin book. She handed it to him after being paid 100 spirit stones. We have seclusion rooms on the 20th floor if you wish to use them. The young woman said afterward. By the way, how long does it usually take to create alchemy flames? Yuan asked. If you have the talent, it won't take more than several minutes. I see, thank you for all the help. Yuan made his way to the 20th floor shortly after. Upon arriving, he was greeted by several hallways with multiple closed doors in each hallway. Are you looking to use a room? A worker there approached Yuan a moment later. Yes. That will be 5 spirit stones for 30 minutes with a limit of 2 hours per person. How long do you intend on staying? 30 minutes should be enough. I understand. Please, follow me. The worker proceeded to lead Yuan to one of the available rooms. After paying 5 spirit stones, Yuan entered the room. The second the door closed, a timer appeared on the blank wall. 29:59. Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately started studying the book. After memorizing the entire content in less than a minute, Yuan closed his eyes and began following the instructions on creating his own alchemy flame. Alchemy flames are essentially highly condensed spiritual energy. Just like air, when compressed enough, their temperature rises. However, that is just the basic logic behind it. Actual alchemy flames are on a completely different level. As he sat on the floor in the lotus position, Yuan positioned his hands to face each other with a few inches between them, almost like he was preparing to clap them. Within a few seconds, Yuan sensed a warm sensation enveloping his palms. This warmth steadily intensified until, eventually, a small ball of flame materialized between his hands. C1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. Chapter 1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. 1304 Yuan's Alchemy Flame. The tiny ball of flame materialized by Yuan was a beautiful golden color, but it was so small that even the weakest wind could blow it out of existence. Fortunately, the alchemy flame was only half completed, so there was still more work to be done. As Yuan continued to compress his spiritual energy and add it to the existing flame, the golden alchemy flame gradually grew larger and larger. Over time, the alchemy flame expanded, growing to a size comparable to that of an apple. Ding! A familiar sound resounded inside Yuan's head, causing him to open his eyes. Alchemy Expert. Description: all pills concocted by the user will have an increased 10% effect. Summon Alchemy Flame. Rank: Heaven, Mastery Level 1. Description: allows the user to materialize alchemy flames. Consumes chi every second. Nameless Alchemy Flame. Grade: Tier 1, Growth Rate: very fast. Effects: not applicable. Description: created by player Yuan. Yuan stopped compressing his spiritual energy after seeing that had successfully created his alchemy flames. At a glance, his alchemy flames seemed ordinary, but Yuan noticed that his alchemy flame had a growth rate that also existed in his soul weapons. This indicated that his alchemy flame would very likely grow stronger the more he used it. However, even though he acquired his own alchemy flames, he did not have any techniques to control the flame, as that was a different thing entirely. Yuan pondered for a moment before he recalled a certain technique that had learned near the beginning of his journey. Heavenly Fire Control. Rank: Mortal, Mastery Level 1. Description: consumes 10 chi per second. Allows you to control and adjust the temperatures of regular fire with your spiritual energy. It was a technique he had purchased along with 2 other cooking skills, yet until today, he had never found an opportunity to put it into practice. But can I use a technique meant for controlling regular fire to control alchemy flames? Yuan wondered as he read the description. Since it wouldn't hurt to try, that was exactly what he did the following moment. Summon Alchemy Flames. Heavenly Fire Control. After summoning his alchemy flame, he attempted to control it using Heavenly Fire Control. It seemed pointless at first when the alchemy flames refused to budge, but Yuan did not stop trying, as he was receiving more notifications. Omicron M. Eventually, Yuan could move his alchemy flame using Heavenly Fire Control. Once his mastery level increased, Yuan found it possible to control his alchemy flame, but it was only barely enough to make it move left and right a few inches. As Yuan continued using the technique, his comprehension grew rapidly, and his control over the alchemy flame got better and better. Possibly due to Heavenly Fire Control being a mortal rank technique and Yuan using it on something as profound as alchemy flames, its mastery level surged dramatically. Within minutes of using the technique, Yuan maxed out its mastery level, and his control over the alchemy flames reached the point where he could raise or lower its temperature and transform its shape at will. This should be good enough to concoct pills, Yuan muttered to himself before leaving the room and making his way back to the 35th floor. Once he returned to the room, he approached the middle-aged woman, who was currently lecturing another individual. "What do you want?" She looked at him after finishing her business with the other individual. "I'd like to try concocting pills as well," he said. The alchemist proceeded to point at the ingredients by the wall and said, "Go help yourself." "Thank you." After receiving permission, Yuan went to grab some of the ingredients. Fortunately for him, who didn't know the proper ratio of ingredients, there were instructions available by the ingredients. 3 pieces of spirit herb, a gram of ginseng powder, 3 grams of spirit dust, and a tablespoon of echinacea powder. After gathering all of the ingredients listed, Yuan went to an empty space in the room and summoned his cauldron. He sat before it and closed his eyes to recall not the performance done by the middle-aged woman but what he saw from Wang Xiuying's performance. Once he was satisfied, Yuan took a deep breath and summoned his alchemy flame, engulfing the bottom half of the cauldron in his golden flames. When Yuan summoned his alchemy flame, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but divert their attention toward his distinctive golden flame. In contrast to the usual colors, Yuan's alchemy flame gleamed in bright gold, leading them to speculate that he possessed a named alchemy flame. Look at that. Such powerful flames. He must possess named alchemy flames. What kind of alchemy flame is that? Does anyone know? I only know of 2 other golden-colored named alchemy flames, but even they are not as beautiful and colorful as this. The commotion in the room caught the attention of the middle-aged woman, and upon spotting Yuan's flame, she abruptly halted her activities. Intrigued, she made her way toward him, eager to inspect his alchemy flame up close. What kind of alchemy flame is this? I have never seen such a bold color before. She had a deep frown on her face as she pondered. C1305 Damaged Pill. Chapter 1305 Damaged Pill. 1305 Damaged Pill. Could this be the Tier 7 named Alchemy Flame Golden Lion's Pride? No, the color is slightly different, and there's no way a beginner would be using a Tier 7 Alchemy Flame. The middle-aged woman was perplexed by Yuan's alchemy flame. The reason she and everyone there mistook Yuan's nameless alchemy flame for a named alchemy flame was because of its vibrant and unique color. All nameless alchemy flames had the same color with slight variation depending on its type. Nameless spirit-type alchemy flames have an orange-red color. Nameless tranquil-type alchemy flames have a light seafoam color. As for nameless neutral-type alchemy flames, they were simply grayish in color. Any color distinct from the 3 common colors likely indicated a named alchemy flame, and Yuan's golden flames did not align with the characteristics of the nameless varieties. While everyone in the room was fixated on his alchemy flame, Yuan was focused on his pill concoction. Once his cauldron was hot enough, he tossed all of the ingredients into it and closed the lid. Utilizing his divine sense, Yuan could perceive every minute detail transpiring within the cauldron, even with its lid closed. As his alchemy flame blazed fervently, the ingredients within the cauldron swiftly melted, almost too quickly. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and he's already melted all of the ingredients. If he melts the ingredients too quickly, their quality will degrade, and the pill will come out damaged. The middle-aged woman shook her head inwardly at Yuan's beginner's mistake. Although it was possible to speed up the melting process, it would require immense talent and experience to ensure that none of the ingredients were damaged in the process. However, anyone could tell that Yuan was a complete newbie at alchemy, as he was simply just blazing through the melting process with raw power. Having melted the ingredients, Yuan promptly proceeded to the subsequent step, crafting its distinctive round shape while simultaneously solidifying the substance by lowering the temperature of his flames without weakening the flames. What? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened with shock when she witnessed Yuan's seemingly perfect control over the temperature of his flames. He's clearly a novice, yet his mastery over the flames is exceptional. Lowering the flame temperature almost instantly, something I struggle with, and he's accomplishing it effortlessly, as if it's second nature. Not only did he lower its temperature rapidly, but he had done so while keeping the flame's shape and intensity the same. Even if given 1,000 years to practice, most people would not achieve anywhere near such perfect control. Just who is this guy? A few more minutes later, Yuan deactivated his flames and removed the cauldron's lid, releasing a dark cloud of smoke. When he retrieved the pill from the cauldron and saw its condition, Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The pill looked nothing like how had expected. It was smaller than it should, and there were cracks all over it. Damaged Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 97%, Effects, Restores Spiritual Energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 90% Reduced Effect. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. Even though it came out damaged, the purity was surprisingly high. "Let me see your pill," the middle-aged woman suddenly said. Yuan nodded and gave her the damaged pill. "It's damaged, but the purity is ridiculously high. How did he even manage to make such a thing?" The middle-aged woman was greatly surprised by the outcome of the pill, mostly because of its high purity. One contributing factor to the usual lengthy process of melting ingredients lies in the dual task of not only liquefying them but also purifying the inherent impurities within, so it didn't make any sense for Yuan's damaged pill to have such a high purity when he melted the ingredients in such a short time. This isn't something that can be achieved with talent alone. The high purity must be an effect of his named alchemy flame. If he can concoct a damaged pill with such high purity, one can only imagine the results of a properly concocted pill. She turned to look at Yuan and spoke. Do you know why it came out damaged? Hastening through the melting process without sufficient experience inflicts harm upon the ingredients, culminating in a damaged pill. I guess I did rush through it a little. Can I try again? Yuan acknowledged that he was indeed a little impatient. Go ahead. There are plenty of ingredients left. The middle-aged woman gestured. As Yuan stood up and went to grab more ingredients, the middle-aged woman retrieved a communication jade slip and activated it. Senior, I think you should come to the 35th floor. There's a really interesting fellow here. Omicron M. She received a response a moment later. If this turns out to be a waste of time, you'll compensate with 1,000 tier 4 pills. Of course. When Yuan returned to his cauldron, the middle-aged woman stopped him and said, Wait a minute. Someone will be coming to watch you. Yuan raised an eyebrow, but he decided to not question it. Sometime later, an old woman entered the room. When the people inside noticed her presence, they were all greatly shocked. It's Pill Grandmaster Zhao. The only Pill Grandmaster in the third heaven. What is someone like her doing here? The people there were greatly baffled by her appearance. They wanted to greet her, but nobody there dared to approach her, as her status was simply too high for them. Pill Grandmaster Zhao directly approached the middle-aged woman who summoned her. Ma Qingyun, I hope you're prepared to spend the rest of the year concocting pills for me, she said with a cold smile. The middle-aged woman, Ma Qingyun, smiled and said, You haven't even seen anything yet, master. She then gestured at Yuan and continued, He's the one. Pill Grandmaster Zhao turned to look at Yuan and his cauldron for a brief moment before sighing out loud. What a waste of time. C1306 Expert in Disguise. Chapter 1306 Expert in Disguise. 1306 Expert in Disguise, you may begin now. Ma Qingyun said to Yuan shortly after Pill Grandmaster Zhao arrived at the scene. Yuan nodded and immediately summoned his alchemy flame. What? Pill Grandmaster Zhao nearly stumbled back in surprise at the sight of Yuan's golden flames. Her eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Yet, it wasn't just the golden hue that astonished her the most, it was the exceptional purity of the flames. I have never seen such pure alchemy flames before. Does his body not contain any impurities? That shouldn't be possible for someone his age and that level of cultivation. A smile appeared on Ma Qingyun's face when she saw Pill Grandmaster Zhao's reaction to Yuan's alchemy flame. I knew it was the right call to summon you, she chuckled inwardly. However, Ma Qingyun suddenly frowned when she saw what Yuan was doing in the cauldron. This little. I just told him that rushing the melting process will only result in a damaged pill, but he's still doing it. Ma Qingyun wondered if Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence had anything to do with it. After all, anyone would be nervous if they were being watched by the best alchemist in the third heaven. As for Pill Grandmaster Zhao, she wasn't even paying attention to the pill concoction and was solely focused on Yuan's alchemy flames, almost as though she was bewitched by its beauty. The purity is perfect, but now that I am looking at it closely, this alchemy flame, it's almost as though it was formed very recently. Pill Grandmaster Zhao didn't think for a second that Yuan was responsible for forming the alchemy flame and thought that he had gotten extremely lucky with acquiring a newly formed alchemy flame. Meanwhile, Yuan was completely focused on melting the ingredients. Contrary to Ma Qingyun's thought, he was not pressured by Pill Grandmaster Zhao's presence. In fact, she was no different than the other people in the room. And while it may seem like he was rushing to melt the ingredients, Yuan was actually taking his time to melt the ingredients. In the end, instead of taking 10 minutes to melt the ingredients, it took him an incredible 20 minutes to finish, twice as long as before. He removed the lid afterward, releasing a cloud of dark smoke. What? He's already finished? Pill Grandmaster Zhao was taken aback when he suddenly took away the golden flames. There's no way. He's only a beginner, right? Yuan retrieved the pill a moment later. Flawless Spirit Recovery Pill, Tier 1, Purity, 100%, Effects, restores spiritual energy. The effectiveness will significantly decrease for cultivators above Spirit Master. 50% increased effect. Description: a spiritual pill concocted by player Yuan. A smile appeared on Yuan's face when he saw the condition of the pill. It did not have a single crack on it, and the surface was as smooth as a pearl. Let me see that pill. Ma Qinyan exclaimed and hastily took the pill from Yuan's grasp before he could even respond. After inspecting the pill, Ma Qinyan swallowed nervously and thought to herself, a flawless pill? He concocted a flawless pill in less than half an hour? Even if it's only a Tier 1 pill, this isn't something I can achieve. She turned to look at Yuan with a doubtful gaze as she was suspicious of his identity. Is he really a beginner? No, there's no way. He's definitely an expert. Now that I think about it, there's no way a beginner would have a named alchemy flame. Ma Qinyan became filled with anger when she came to this realization. I've been fooled. This fucking bastard. How dare he humiliate me before my master? Right as Ma Qinyan prepared to curse at Yuan in an outburst, Pill Grandmaster Zhao took the pill from Ma Qinyan's grasp without uttering a word and began to inspect it. A moment later, she looked at Yuan and spoke, "You little brat, are you really a beginner? Did you come here to show off?" Yuan raised his eyebrows and responded with an innocent expression, "I am a beginner. In fact, I am concocting pills for the first time in my life today." For the first time. Ma Qinyan nearly puked blood after hearing such an outrageous claim. If one could achieve such godlike results on their first day of practice, everyone would be an alchemy god after practicing for less than a decade. Is that so? However, to everyone's surprise, despite Yuan's outrageous claim, Pill Grandmaster Zhao seemed to believe his words. "What's your name?" she suddenly asked. "Yuan." "Then, Yuan, want to become my disciple? I'll mold you into the best alchemist in this world in less than a year, no. I can guarantee you that you will surpass me in half a year." "Master?" Ma Qinyan was shocked to the core after hearing such words. Don't tell me you actually believe in his lies? There's no way a beginner would be able to concoct a flawless pill on their first day, much less in such a short amount of time. Pill Grandmaster Zhao sneered, "Although I may not have seen the concoction process because I was absorbed by his alchemy flames, I saw enough to make a sound judgment. A pill master can disguise their skill by purposefully messing up their pills, but they will have an incredibly hard time disguising their behavior and habits." While this young man exhibited incredible, even perfect, control over his flames, his application was wholly novice, as if devoid of any prior experience. And despite the flawless result of the pill, his handling of the ingredients and post-treatment of the pill itself was straight trash. Most of all, I cannot sense the aura of an expert from him no matter what. If he's actually an expert in disguise, I'll quit being alchemy. No way. Ma Qinyan swallowed nervously. Don't worry, I am really a beginner. Yuan suddenly said as he stood up. The only reason I even have a cauldron is because I use it for body tempering. And he continued, as for your offer, sorry, but I will have to refuse. Hearing his response, Pill Grandmaster Zhao narrowed her eyes at him, which may seem threatening to others, but Yuan didn't get such a feeling at all from her. C1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. Chapter 1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. 1307 Grand Appearance Altering Pill. What is your reason for refusing? Do you know who I am? Pill Grandmaster Zhao asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan shook his head, I don't, but judging by how everyone reacted to your presence, I'm willing to bet that you're someone influential. As for my reason for refusing to be your disciple, I just don't have the time right now. And he continued, to be honest, I came here on a whim and don't have any intention to learn alchemy seriously for now. On a whim. Ma Qingyun nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing such words. How can someone like that have so much talent? The heavens are unjust, she sighed inwardly. Pill Grandmaster Zhao frowned and said, how can you say such a thing when you have tremendous talents for alchemy? Don't be foolish and waste something that countless would be willing to kill to have. Even if I possess the talent for it, there's currently no compelling reason pushing me to learn alchemy immediately. Moreover, it appears to demand a substantial investment of time. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. No reason, exclaimed the Pill Grandmaster Zhao. How can you, as a cultivator, say such a thing? Do you comprehend how many cultivators yearn to master alchemy but lack the innate talent? Pills constitute an indispensable facet of a cultivator's journey. Possessing such a skill would undeniably be advantageous. Consider finding yourself stranded in the wilderness without any pills. A cultivator versed in alchemy can concoct the needed pill on the spot, whereas one devoid of such abilities would be left to struggle and lament the heavens for not bestowing upon them such talents. Do you know why most cultivators invariably travel with an alchemist by their side during exploration? It ensures they never have to worry about depleting their pill supply, and the presence of an alchemist substantially enhances one's chances of survival. Although learning alchemy will definitely demand a considerable investment of time, the benefits undoubtedly outweigh the cons and make it a worthwhile pursuit. After hearing Pill Grandmaster Zhao's lecture on the importance of alchemy, Yuan could not refute the advantage of having the ability to concoct pills at will. However, that didn't change the fact that he did not have the time to learn alchemy. Since most people bring an alchemist with them, I can simply do the same in the future if I really need to. Yuan thought of Wang Xiuying. I understand where you are coming from, but it doesn't change the fact that I currently have no time for alchemy. I will consider learning alchemy again once I lessen some food off my plate. Yuan said as he retrieved his cauldron. You can keep that pill. I will be taking my leave now. Thank you for the class. Yuan said to Pill Grandmaster Zhao before walking towards the exit. Pill Grandmaster Zhao could only silently shake her head as she watched Yuan leave the room. Are you really going to let him leave? Ma Qingyun suddenly asked. What do you want me to do? Beg him to stay? He made a decision, and I will respect it. If he's really as talented as I think he is, I doubt starting a little later will do much to hinder him. Pill Grandmaster Zhao shrugged. And she continued, and to be completely honest with you, I'm not confident that I have the capability to teach a monster like him. Hopefully, he will encounter someone more qualified in the future. Ma Qingyun swallowed nervously. She couldn't fathom what Pill Grandmaster Zhao was thinking or feeling for her to act so humbly. After leaving the Majestic Pill Pavilion, Yuan made his way back to Meishio and the others. Sorry, it took so long. I took a detour. Are we going to the stairway to heaven now? Chu Liuxiang asked. He shook his head and said, No, there's one last thing I have to do. The 10 great families, I am going to put an end to their nonsense before it gets too crazy. It won't take too long. How do you plan on doing that? Meishio asked. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his participation in the recruitment. Chu Liuxiang chuckled after learning of it. Seriously? I can already imagine their faces when you show up. Do you need our help? Li Jinxi asked. No, I just need Xiaohua to come with me to keep up with the appearances, and I plan on dealing with them alone. Yuan looked at Xiaohua and explained, a group of people have been recruiting exiles like you, and they plan on ambushing us because of what happened not long ago. Xiaohua quickly recalled her most recent fight and nodded, okay. Yuan retrieved one of the grand appearance altering pill and handed it to her. We'll need to disguise ourselves. Can you change your facial features and make yourself taller? Xiaohua accepted the pill and proceeded to stare at it with a pondering expression on her face, wondering what she should make herself look like. Don't consume it now. Let's do it when we are close to our destination. Yuan quickly said when he thought she was going to swallow it there and then. Xiaohua nodded. Then it'll be off now. I'll see you guys later. Yuan left with Xiaohua shortly after, quickly making their way to the enchanted bamboo forest. About 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Yuan consumed the grand appearance-altering pill shortly after arriving, transforming his face to look like a random stranger's face, someone he passed by on the streets and happened to remember. Xiaohua followed him and swallowed the pill. A moment later, her petite body started growing taller and taller until she was even taller than Yuan by an inch, and her face became almost unrecognizable to Yuan. Although she looks completely different at a glance, if I look closely, she somewhat resembles Xiaohua after her transformation. Yuan then asked out of curiosity, Xiaohua, that appearance, is she someone you know? Or did you make it up? Xiaohua nodded and calmly responded, she's my elder sister. Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected words. C1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment. Chapter 1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment 1308 Second Part of the Exile Recruitment, you decided to disguise as your elder sister. Now that I think about it, I don't know anything about your family. Yuan said after a moment of silence. My family is very boring. They spend all of their time cultivating, rarely ever stepping outside their room. It's normal to see each other once every few hundred years. Xiaohua calmly said. Hundreds of years. How old are you really, Xiaohua? Yuan couldn't help but ask her. Since it wasn't her own face, Xiaohua actually looked quite threatening when she frowned. And never mind. Yuan decided not to question her further. However, to his surprise, Xiaohua responded, I don't know. You mean you are so old that you don't remember your own age? Yuan was speechless after hearing this. And no. Xiaohua quickly rejected such an outrageous claim, and she continued, my memories only go up to a certain point and most of my oldest memories are missing. Really? This was Yuan's first time hearing such a thing from her. I only began recalling my memories shortly after we entered the second heaven. I also gained some more memories when we entered the third heaven, so I think that ascending the 9 heavens has something to do with my memories. Xiaohua explained. As for why she hadn't spoken of this subject earlier, it was merely due to the absence of an opportune moment for discussion. And you didn't know about any of this before? Yuan asked. Xiaohua shook her head. Then do you remember why you were in that area when we first met? Surely, it wasn't your family's backyard as you had claimed, right? Yuan recalled their first meeting and asked. I wasn't lying. Xiaohua shook her head and continued to explain, that area really belonged to my family, at least my memories told me so. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua looked at Yuan with a worried expression and said, Brother Yuan. If Xiaohua regains her memories and becomes someone different, you can abandon her. I won't blame you. Despite her words, a calm smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he quickly said, I won't do that. No matter who you become in the future, fate brought us together for a reason. Unless you decide to walk away yourself, I won't leave you. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua's face flushed with redness. Yuan then said, if anything, should be saying that to you. After all, I am also in the process of regaining my memories. If I become someone you no longer want to follow, I won't blame you for leaving. That won't happen. Xiaohua immediately said with a firm expression on her face. I believe you. Yuan chuckled. Anyways, we're at our destination. Here, Xiaohua. Yuan showed her the old jade mask he wore and continued, just in case the exiles recognize your sister's face. Once Xiaohua wore the mask, he continued, I will be right back. Wait here for a few minutes. Okay. Yuan logged off the next moment and called the phone number he received before. Is this Xiaoyang? A nervous voice asked the moment the line connected. It was David's voice. Yes, it's me. Thank God. I thought you decided not to join us when you didn't contact us for so long. David said, revealing the reason for his anxiousness. Yuan then said, I'm really sorry it took this long, but something came up and I had to deal with that before coming. Anyways, I am at the location you gave me. Don't worry about it. The second part of the recruitment will begin shortly. Just sit tight and wait for our people to arrive. I understand. Yuan returned to Cultivation Online after hanging up. Omicron M, now we wait. Yuan said to Xiaohua. He also made sure to suppress his aura all the way to Spirit Grandmaster. About 20 minutes later, Yuan could sense two individuals approaching their direction from a distance. One of these individuals had the aura of a Spirit Master while the other individual exuded the aura of a peak Spirit King. It was obviously a player and their exile. However, for some reason, these two individuals did not show themselves and watched Yuan and Xiaohua from a distance. Yuan didn't try calling out to them and patiently waited for them to do their thing. Who KIs, do you sense the aura of an exile coming from either of them? A young man asked the tall, bulky man beside him. After a moment of silence, Who KIs spoke, that tall woman beside him, she's definitely an exile. What about that man beside her? What's his cultivation? Who KIs narrowed his eyes at Yuan and said, judging by his aura, he should be around Spirit Grandmaster. However, there's something strange about him. It's almost like he has more power than what's being revealed. I see. Why is that woman wearing a mask, though? Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? The young man asked another question. No, not at all. Considering that she's an exile, she's wearing a mask most likely because she was only recently sent to the primordial realm, so she doesn't want anyone to recognize her. As for the rest of us, we've been in the primordial realm for so long that we don't have to worry about anyone recognizing us, at least not in this kind of lowly place. I see. Once they confirmed Yuan and Xiaohua's identity through the information provided by David, the young man and his exile finally came out of hiding and showed themselves to Yuan and Xiaohua. Are you Xiaoyang? The young man asked. Yuan nodded. You must be the recruiter for the second part of the recruitment. Not quite, and you've already passed the second part when we confirmed that you had an exile with you. My name is Dazzling Sword, nice to meet you. The young man introduced himself, but he only revealed his character's name. C1309 A Gathering of Exiles. Chapter 1309 A Gathering of Exiles 1309 A Gathering of Exiles, Dazzling Sword. Is there another name I can address you as? Yuan asked with a weird look on his face. You can just call me Daz then. Alright. Then, Daz, what's next? Yuan asked. There's still one last part of the recruitment before you can meet the others. Dazzling Sword said, and he continued, you see, there's a reason why the 10 great families gathered all of us together. Do you know why? Yuan pretended to think about the answer before responding. Is there some kind of insanely hard dungeon that requires this much firepower? Dazzling Sword laughed at his answer for a moment before speaking, something like that, but it's not a dungeon. It's an exile. Yuan acted surprised and exclaimed, what? The 10 great families is doing all of this just for a single exile? She's not just a mere exile. She's an exile from the Azura clan. Who KIs exclaimed with clenched fists. Xiaohua, act surprised and shout, what? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Yuan instructed her through divine sense. What? The Azura clan? That's impossible. Xiaohua shouted a moment later, but it sounded a bit stiff and unnatural. I know it sounds ridiculous, and while there isn't any actual proof, just the possibility of the Azura clan existing outside the primordial realm is dangerous enough for us to work together. Who KIs took Xiaohua's unnatural response as a kind of shock and continued to explain further, if it's true, that someone from the Azura clan has managed to acquire the Supreme Heaven's legacy, we must work together to get rid of her before she gets rid of us. If we don't deal with her as soon as possible, none of us will have a chance of survival. Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched after hearing such a thing, as Who KIs made it sound like her family was the most dangerous thing in this world. If it's really the Azura clan, then I am willing to work together with the other exiles to get rid of her. Xiaohua said a moment later, following Yuan's instructions again. Great. Then until we remove the threat, we are in a truce. If you attack any of the other exiles for any reason, we will all attack you at once. Do you understand? Hu Kai's asked, his gaze filled with killing intent. Xiaohua silently nodded her head. Is that all there is to it? Just hunting this exile? Yuan suddenly asked. Yeah. What else do you want? Dazzling Sword nodded. Oh, are you perhaps asking about the rewards? Don't worry, you'll receive your share once we meet up with the others. So the 10 great families are purposefully not mentioning the true purpose of their recruitment, huh? Yuan thought to himself. Then what will happen after we finish this quest? Yuan continued asking. We will return to our own journey. Dazzling Sword said. But if you manage to make a connection with the 10 great families, you can probably continue working with them. I see, then when are we going to make a move? I'm not sure about that, but from what I've been hearing, we might be moving out very soon. Anyways, if you have more questions, you can wait until we group up with the others. Dazzling Sword said. Follow me. Yuan and Xiaohua proceeded to follow Dazzling Sword into a nearby city to use their teleportation device. As they traveled, Hu Kai started a conversation with Xiaohua. So, what did you do to end up as an exile? Xiaohua responded without looking at him, I killed people. Of course you did. All of us did. How did you kill them? How many did you kill? Did you have a nickname? They called me the Butcherer. I had killed at least 10,000 mortals and over 1,000 cultivators. Brother Yuan, can I kill him? Xiaohua asked even though she already knew his answer. You'll get your chance later. Try to keep calm for now. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua responded to Hu Kai's in a cold voice, that's all? 1,000 cultivators? You're much more pathetic than I thought. What did you say? Hu Kai stared at her with immense killing intent shooting out of his eyes. Seeing this, Xiaohua turned to look at him and suddenly released her own killing intent. Omicron M. Xiaohua's killing intent was so powerful that it materialized around her as an aura, making it seem as though she was surrounded by the countless souls that she had murdered. Heavens! Hu Kai's fell on his buttocks from shock after sensing Xiaohua's dreadful killing intent. Do I still need to answer your questions? Xiaohua asked. Hu Kai's hastily shook his head. What a fucking monster! Hu Kai's cried inwardly. How many people did she kill to acquire such immense killing intent? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Dazzling Sword was left dumbfounded after what had just witnessed. It was also the first instance he had seen Hu Kai's, typically assertive, behaving with such timidity. Is this the power of a Lord Great Servant? Dazzling Sword swallowed nervously, as Hu Kai's was only an elite grade servant. After a while, they reached a sizable mansion perched atop a solitary hill, approximately 100 miles away from the nearest city. Yuan could sense the presence of over 100 individuals inside this building, and most of them were spirit kings. 112 spirit kings. So they managed to recruit this many exiles, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. However, even though he was against so many exiles, Yuan did not feel worried in the slightest. Where are we? Yuan asked Dazzling Sword. The Xiong family's property. Those rich bastards bought this land and this mansion here just for this quest. Dazzling Sword sighed out loud, and he continued, anyways, once we go inside, you'll be assigned to a room. Stay in there until you're called. Someone from the 10 great families will personally interview you later. If they approve of you, you'll officially be recruited and receive your rewards. C1310 Exiles. Chapter 1310 Exiles. 1310 Exiles. After giving Yuan a brief explanation of what to expect, Dazzling Sword opened the mansion doors and led him inside. The interior was extremely quiet, almost as though they were the only ones there. Of course, that wasn't the case. Most of the exiles were in their own room with their partner, guiding their partner's cultivation. Since it required one to reach the Supreme Heaven to complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy and exiles are unable to ascend on their own, they could only rely on their partners. Regrettably for these exiles, their partners were players who were unaware of cultivation until very recently, so it was much harder for them to grasp cultivation techniques. If it weren't for the system's assistance, most of them would be utterly hopeless when it comes to cultivation. Sometime later, Dazzling Sword led Yuan and Xiaohua to their room where they would be sharing together. This will be your room for now. Once you are officially recruited into our group, you'll receive another room. You are also not allowed to roam this place until then. Any questions? Dazzling Sword explained. How long will it take for the recruiter to show up? Yuan asked. It shouldn't take long. A few hours at most. You have a Lord-grade exile, after all. Dazzling Sword said. Later then. Dazzling Sword closed the door on the way out. While they waited for the recruitment to continue, Yuan used his divine sense to scout the area and examine everyone within the building. Out of the 112 exiles, the majority of them were men with only 4 being female. They also had the appearance of a gangster and the aura of a delinquent. They are the type that people subconsciously avoid on the streets. Xiaohua, I know that as an exile, you feel responsible for the other exiles, but as partners, it's only natural to share responsibilities. Can you leave them to me this time? Yuan asked her. Okay. Xiaohua reluctantly nodded her head. Even if she wanted to deal with these exiles, she knew that she did not have the capability to do so in her current state. Of course, it would be a different story if she released the seal within her like the last time, but Xiaohua did not want to rely too much on the monster within her. But Brother Yuan, I want you to let me take care of that man from before. Xiaohua suddenly said. While she may not be able to fight over 100 exiles at once, she definitely didn't mind taking care of one. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. About half an hour later, Yuan turned to look at the door when someone knocked on it. They came earlier than ID expected. He went to open the door to find a beautiful young lady standing outside. Yuan raised his eyebrows after seeing this woman with a familiar face. This woman. If I recall correctly, we met during my visit to Bai Lihua's estate. What was her name again? As Yuan tried to recall her identity, the woman greeted him with a friendly smile and said, Hello, I'm Fiery Queen from the Walker's family. May I come inside, Xiaoyang? Fiery Queen? Oh, right. She tried to recruit me to the Walker's family back then. Yuan finally recalled her identity. Despite his excellent memory, his mind tends to automatically filter out unnecessary or unimportant information. Please. Yuan gestured for her to enter the room. As Fiery Queen entered the room, her eyes shifted towards Xiaohua, who was calmly seated on the couch. Once they were all seated, Fiery Queen spoke, In case you don't know, I am from the 10 great families that organized this quest. Yuan smiled and said, I have heard of you. Good, then let's start the final recruitment. Actually, this is more like an interview, since you are pretty much already recruited. You have been briefed about our mission by Dazzling Sword, correct? Fiery Queen asked. Indeed. Our mission is to defeat an exile who hailed from the Azura clan. That's right. Her existence is incredibly dangerous and would hinder not only the other exiles but also us, players. Fiery Queen said with a serious frown on her face. Just how powerful is this exile? Yuan asked. She's strong enough to treat other exiles as toddlers. However, now that there are over 100 of us working together, it will only be a matter of time before we defeat her. Seeing how she refused to talk about him, Yuan decided to poke the bear at the hornet's nest a little. This exile, she should also have a partner, right? Do we know who it is? Fiery Queen's face twitched a little after hearing his question, and she hastily said, As far as I am aware, this exile is working alone. If she doesn't have a partner, how could she threaten us? I was told that exiles are not allowed to ascend by themselves. While they cannot ascend alone, they can still do other things, such as hindering other exiles and players. This exile from the Azura clan is extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. In fact, she had killed over 100 players already. Is that so? If she's that dangerous, she definitely needs to be stopped. I'm glad that we are on the same page. Now let's talk about our contract. Since you are willing to work with us, we will supply you with a heaven-grade treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have any on hand right now since they had all been taken by those who came before you, but if you see a heaven-grade treasure that you would like to have on sale anywhere, we will purchase it for you. As for your money of $5 million, we will send it to you the moment we have your bank information. Yuan nodded. Sounds great. Fiery Queen then continued with a fierce look on her face. However, I must warn you. Once our money is in your bank, you can no longer back out of this quest. If you do so, we, the 10 great families, will crush you with our full force. Do you understand? Of course. I wouldn't dare to do anything like that. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. C1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. Chapter 1311 Player Yuan's Sudden Appearance. 1311 Player Yuan's sudden appearance. After getting his response, Fiery Queen said, "You can give your bank information to the one who recruited you through the phone. The payment will be made within 24 hours. The same goes for your heaven-grade treasure. Any questions before I leave you alone?" "Just one." Yuan raised a finger as he said, "When are we going to deal with this exile?" "Dazzling Sword told me that it won't be long before we act. We will act the moment we confirm the location of this exile." Fiery Queen said, nearly slipping and saying Player Yuan. And she continued, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be long before we find her. We have thousands of people actively looking for her." "Is that so? I hope we find her soon so I can get back to the game," Yuan said with a mysterious smile on his face. "So they are looking for me, huh?" Not only was he being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and thousands of experts from the upper heavens, but even the players were looking for him. Yuan could wipe out everyone in the mansion at any moment, but he wanted to wait until the main culprits gathered so he could take care of them at once. Since they are actively keeping the fact that they are hunting me a secret, these players have no idea what they signed up for and are just a victim to their scheming. Yuan had no intention of hurting these players, especially since there was a chance he could hurt their souls and cripple their cultivation. However, as for their exiles, I will erase every last one of these criminals. This will also increase Xiao Hua's chances at the Supreme Heaven's legacy. While he planned on sparing the players, he was adamant on dealing with the exiles. No more questions, right? Then I will leave you alone for now. You can use this mansion as you like. There's even a swimming pool if you want to refresh yourself. After Fiery Queen left the room, Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, "I will be right back." He logged off the following moment. Sometime later, he went to find Mei Feng. "Can you do something for me?" he asked her. "It depends on what you need. I'd like you to spread some rumor on the internet about me appearing in a certain location in." "I can do that, but what are you planning?" Yuan proceeded to tell her about the current situation and how he needed to reveal his presence so he could act. "I see. Give me an hour or so and your presence will be known by almost everyone on the internet," Mei Feng said with a confident smile on her face. "Great." As for the location, sometime later, Mei Feng retrieved her cell phone and called a certain individual. "It's me. I need you to do something for me." Shortly after Mei Feng's phone call, rumors of Yuan's location began to spread in every forum and blog related to. "Devil Dog, you won't believe this, but I just met the famous player Yuan today. We even shook hands. 9 lives, really? Where did you find him?" "Blue Chicken, if it's player Yuan, I saw him too. Though, I didn't dare to approach him. Cancel me. Nobody has seen player Yuan for over half a year and he's suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Sus. Finish him, right? This dude's probably just looking for clout." "Devil Dog, if you don't believe me, you can go there and look for him yourself. I don't know what he was doing, but he's probably in the middle of a quest. While some people did not believe the rumors, there were many who believed it. It didn't take long for the rumors to reach the 10 great families' ears. What? Player Yuan was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest? There's no way this is real. Xionglu did not dare believe his ears. The likelihood of Yuan appearing near their base just as they sought him out was near impossible. It would be no different than him intentionally walking into their crosshairs. Even if the rumors are true, what could he possibly be doing there? Fiery Queen questioned. Does it matter if the rumors are true or not? We still need to check it out for ourselves. Chen Huaqing said. I sent some people to investigate the moment I heard it. Xionglu said. Despite his doubt, he could not allow the chance of finding Yuan to slip away, even if the chances were almost impossible. And he continued, call everyone from the group and make sure they are standing by in Cultivation Online just in case. Meanwhile, when Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, he said to Xiaohua, I'm going out for a bit. If somebody comes here and asks for me, just tell them that I went somewhere. If they ask where, tell them you don't know since I disappeared into thin air. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. You'll need to use your mask for a bit. Do you have anything else to cover your face? Yuan asked. I do. Xiaohua proceeded to take out another mask from her spatial ring before handing back the black jade mask to Yuan. A divine-grade treasure? Yuan raised his eyebrows after sensing the aura coming from her mask. Xiaohua calmly nodded in acknowledgement as she nonchalantly wore the mask. Just how many treasures do you have? Yuan chuckled. A short moment later, Yuan silently left the mansion and made his way to the Enchanted Bamboo Forest. When he arrived at the Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan started to wander the place casually as he waited for people to show up. After waiting for around 15 minutes, Yuan sensed an approaching presence and made his way to this person. That mask. Could it really be Player Yuan? This person exclaimed when he saw Yuan and his renowned black mask appearing out of thin air. Who are you? Yuan pretended to encounter him by chance and asked. Are you Player Yuan? The player asked. I am. Yuan calmly nodded. I am Mui. I rushed here when I heard that you were here. I'd like to request a match with you. Please. The player said. C1312 Poison. Chapter 1312 Poison. 1312 Poison, you want to spar with me? Why? Yuan asked the player out of curiosity. My reason. I want to see how powerful you are, to confirm whether you are as strong as they say. Mui said. I see. Yuan inspected Mui. He was only a spirit master, and it looked like had made the breakthrough very recently. An opponent of this level was akin to an ant before Yuan. In fact, he could erase Mui without lifting a finger. However, Yuan sensed several more presences appearing not far away and wanted to use this opportunity to spread his own presence even more. I don't mind a spar, but the difference in our cultivation is very vast. Even if I limit myself and don't use any spiritual energy, I might kill you by accident. Are you okay with that? Yuan asked Mui. I don't mind. Mui said with a nervous smile on his face. Yuan couldn't fathom why Mui was willing to risk his own cultivation to confirm his strength. Of course, Yuan had no intention of killing Mui for real. Shall we get this start then? Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord and casually stood there. That sword. He's really Player Yuan. Mui finally confirmed Yuan's identity after seeing his sword. Since anyone could get their hands on a black jade mask, Mui wasn't exactly sure if the person before him was Player Yuan. However, his large sword was something unique and had been recalled many times by those who were struck by it during the mystic realm. While there was still a small chance that the person before him could be an impersonator, Mui did not believe that was the case, as he could feel the immense difference between their strength even without having the capability to see Yuan's true cultivation, and his instincts were screaming for him to leave. Mui retrieved his own weapon a moment later, wielding 2 short swords, one in each hand. It was at this moment the other presences that Yuan had sensed early showed up. Wow! The rumors are true. Player Yuan is in the enchanted bamboo forest. Who's the one pointing his swords at Player Yuan? Isn't that Player Mui the player challenger? I heard some time ago that a player wielding 2 swords was going around challenging players, fighting stronger opponents as he went. Apparently, he's never lost a fight. He even defeated someone in the top 1,000. But to go for Player Yuan, isn't he just begging for defeat at this point? Mui ignored the spectators and acted as though they didn't even exist. Don't go easy on me, Mui suddenly said. If I don't hold back, this will be over before you can even blink. Yuan shook his head. Despite such arrogant words, Mui did not take offense to it. I don't care. Just don't go easy on me. Mui suddenly took an offensive stance. Yuan smiled and said, at least show me that you aren't a waste of my time. Mui released a low roar before rushing at Yuan with both arms in motion. Twin Serpent's Bloodthirst. Mui's swords became coated with a green aura after he activated his skill, his body overflowing with spiritual energy. Once he was close enough, Mui activated another skill. Twin Serpent's Dance. Mui's arms flickered wildly as he swung his swords in a seemingly random manner. Yuan did not move a single step and blocked all of the incoming strikes without using any spiritual energy. However, Mui did not stop his relentless attack even after they were blocked. That's right. Keep blocking my attacks. Mui smiled inwardly. The green aura covering his swords wasn't just for show and was actively releasing poison. This poison was odorless and invisible to the eyes, and while it may lack strength at first, if enough was consumed, it could take out even a spirit lord. You are just like everyone else, Player Yuan. Underestimating me will be your downfall. Just a little more and I will be known as the first player to defeat you. Mui could already envision his victory. Look at how vicious and fast he is. How is Player Yuan even blocking these attacks? The spectators were left speechless by Mui's performance. Why isn't he fighting back and only defending? Is he so overwhelmed by Player Mui's relentless attacks that he cannot do so? Are you stupid? Look at Player Yuan's fluid and minimal movement. He's effortlessly blocking those attacks. This is probably nothing more than child's play for him, said someone with more combat experience. A few minutes later, Mui's eyes flickered with a vicious light. It's over for you, Player Yuan. Twin Serpent's Outburst. After uttering such words, Yuan suddenly stopped moving. The Twin Serpent's invisible poison was destroying Yuan from the inside at a rapid rate, but it wasn't enough to keep up with his absolute regeneration, and it took less than 2 seconds for Yuan to suppress the poison. Mui, who wasn't aware that Yuan had already neutralized his poison, laughed out loud. My Twin Serpent's invisible poison can kill even a spirit lord within 2 minutes, and I waited 5 whole minutes just for you, Player Yuan. You're probably in so much pain that you can't speak or move right now. Don't worry, it will only last for a moment, because you will die soon. Poison, huh? Yuan sighed inwardly. Though inherently resilient against physical harm, Yuan remained susceptible to assaults that targeted his internal body, such as poison. Fortunately for him, Mui's poison wasn't too strong, or he would have sustained much more damage. I should increase my poison resistance a little more in the future just in case I encounter someone with even stronger poison. Yuan didn't expect to gain insight in such an insignificant spar with another player, and he silently thanked Mui for it. Poison, huh? I didn't expect that. Yuan said a moment later, shocking Mui. What? How are you still standing? Mui exclaimed with a look of disbelief on his face. C1313 Player Yuan has appeared. Chapter 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. 1313 Player Yuan has appeared. How are you still standing? That poison is powerful enough to kill even a spirit lord with ease. You should be on the ground writhing in pain now. Mui was in disbelief, as this was the first time someone affected by his poison hadn't fallen. Did my poison not affect him? No, that's not possible. I also waited for 5 whole minutes before I activated it. There's no way it could be too weak either. If I was only a spirit lord, your poison might have worked on me. Unfortunately for you, I am not a spirit lord. Yuan calmly said. What? Don't tell me. You're a spirit king? Mui exclaimed in a shocked voice. The spectators could also be heard gasping in shock after learning of this revelation. If I was only an ordinary spirit king, the poison still would have done immense damage. Yuan thought to himself. It was only because of his regeneration skill that kept him unharmed from the poison. And no way. How did you manage to reach Spirit King so fast? Even the top players are only at Spirit Grandmaster, with the peak players barely entering Spirit Lord. Mui asked in a nervous voice. Yuan shrugged, I'm not sure. It just happened. If only Mui knew that Yuan was a peak Spirit King who couldn't progress further because of his unique physique. Anyways, is that all you've got to show me? Yuan then asked. He paused for a moment before continuing with narrowed eyes. If so, I will end our little spar. Mui felt chills throughout his entire being after feeling Yuan's gaze. And not yet. Mui roared as he clenched his fists and rushed forward. Fuck. 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 If I cannot defeat him with my trump card, what chances do I have left? There's no way I can beat him without my poison. Mui cried inwardly as he relentlessly swung his swords at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan sighed, I guess you have nothing else to show me. Wait. Mui exclaimed. I'll give you a minute. Yuan calmly said. Mui scrambled his brains, but in the end, he had nothing else to show. Since you helped me gain some insight, I will help you as well. Yuan suddenly said. Excuse me? Mui raised his eyebrows. You wanted to confirm the rumors of my strength, correct? What are these rumors? Yuan asked. That you have the strength to destroy a mountain with a single swing. Mui recalled one of the comments he'd read online. Destroy a mountain with a single swing, huh? Yuan looked around and could see several mountains in the distance. He chuckled and said, as much as I want to show you that I could destroy a mountain, I cannot destroy nature for such a pointless reason. Instead, I'll show you something else. Yuan suddenly released his cultivation, causing it to burst out of his body. What the hell do you plan on doing? Mui fell on his buttocks from shock and subconsciously began crawling backward. Yuan clenched the Empyrean Overlord and stood there with an overbearing posture. Please. Spare me. Mui cried out loud with tears flowing down his face. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan swung his sword, but it wasn't at Mui. The following moment, a massive beam of spiritual energy shot toward the cloudy sky, blowing all of the clouds away and creating a clear sky for as far as one could see with their eyes. The spiritual energy from the technique was so immense that some of the spectators fainted for a brief moment. What do you think? That should have been enough to destroy a mountain. Yuan looked at Mui with a smile afterward. Mui could only absently nod his head. Omicron forget about a mere mountain. He could wipe out a dozen mountains or multiple cities with that much power. Mui cried inwardly. Meanwhile, at the Xiong family's mansion where all of the exiles are gathered, the exiles are alerted by the immense spiritual energy they have just sensed. Ceasing their activities, they redirected their attention to the windows, observing the abrupt transformation of the previously cloudy sky into a clear expanse. What in heaven's name was that just now? Who released that spiritual energy? Are they trying to destroy a city or something? The exiles were interested in the person who released the spiritual energy, but it wasn't enough to make them tremble in fear or anything like that. At the same time, the 10 great families received confirmation of Yuan's presence in the enchanted bamboo forest. The rumors were true. I witnessed player Yuan there with my own eyes. He even fought with another player. Was there a little girl beside him? Xiong asked. A little girl? No, I don't think so. He was alone. Che. Xiong sucked his teeth in an annoyed manner. If we don't take care of that little girl with him, the source of his powers, it won't matter how many times we kill player Yuan. Xiong thought to himself. No, she shouldn't be that far away. As an exile, she has a duty to protect her partner. If we push player Yuan into a corner, she will definitely show up to save him. A wide smile appeared on Xiong face. This is perfect. Well, take player Yuan hostage and mess with him until she arrives. Listen to me carefully. I want you and everyone there to stall Yuan until we get there. I don't care what you have to do. Don't let him leave. Xiong demanded through the phone before closing the connection and calling the others. Player Yuan has appeared at Enchanted Bamboo Forest. We will make our move immediately. Gather the forces. Today will be player Yuan's last day at the top. Shortly after the phone call, the 10 great families summoned every single exile and their partners. We have confirmed the Azura clan's exiles' location. We need to move out immediately. Gather outside the mansion. Fiery Queen shouted loud enough for everyone in the mansion to hear. C1314 Why don't you work with me instead? Chapter 1314 Why don't you work with me instead? 1314 Why don't you work with me instead? Should I go outside or wait for Brother Yuan's return? Xiaohua asked Yuan through divine sense. Go with them. Well, meet up in a bit. Yuan quickly responded. Xiaohua acknowledged. Shortly after being summoned, all of the exiles and their partners gathered right outside the manor. As players from the 10 great families stood before a little over 200 individuals, Xiong spoke in a loud voice. Fortunately for us, our target wandered into our crosshair and was spotted at Enchanted Bamboo Forest just a few minutes ago. I have already sent some people to delay the Azura clan's exile for as long as possible, so we need to move immediately. Delaying someone from the Azura clan? Ha! Those people are probably long dead. One of the exiles there sneered out loud. I am aware of our opponent's strength, and I did not send a mere 10 or 100 people. I called over 1,000 people to delay her. Even 10,000 ordinary people would not be enough. Another exile shouted. That's why we need to stop chatting here and move already. Xiong exclaimed. Let's go. And without saying anything else, they began marching towards the Enchanted Bamboo Forest. Fiery Queen subconsciously glanced at Xiaohua, who had an overwhelming presence and stood out even though she was at the very end of the formation. Where's her partner? Fiery Queen raised an eyebrow when she could not see Xiaoyang anywhere in the crowd. Is he not here? This is perfect. A mysterious smile appeared on Fiery Queen's face as she approached Xiaohua. Where is your partner? Fiery Queen asked Xiaohua a moment later. I don't know. He disappeared into thin air and hasn't returned since. Xiaohua nonchalantly responded. So he logged off? I thought we told the recruiters to call everyone on the roster to make sure they are not offline. Fiery Queen thought to herself. Oh well. This works perfectly for me. Correct me if I am wrong, but your name is Tianhua. Fiery Queen recalled the fake name Yuan had given them. Xiaohua calmly nodded, acknowledging it. What do you think of your partner, Xiaoyang? Fiery Queen then asked. After a brief moment of silence, Xiaohua said, he's weak and lacking in talent. Fiery Queen's eyes flickered with excitement after hearing such an answer, and she quickly said, in that case, why don't you work with me instead? I can assure you that I am both stronger and more talented than your current partner. After all, without the help of an exile, I have managed to achieve Spirit Grandmaster by myself. If I have a powerful exile like you by my side, I will definitely be able to help you achieve your goals. Of course, She had spent an unimaginable amount of her family's fortune to purchase gold and treasures from other players to reach such a point. How annoying. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. However, Xiaohua decided to play along for a bit. And how will you be able to help me achieve my goals? For starters, my family is very rich, so money is of no issue. If you help me grow stronger, I will use that strength to help you. At the very least, I will be much more useful than your current partner. Let me think about it. Xiaohua said with a desire to end their conversation there. What the fuck is there to think about? I am clearly better than that ordinary-looking bastard. If someone like him can reach peak Spirit Grandmaster with her help, I will definitely reach Spirit King before anyone else. Fiery Queen cursed inwardly. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Fiery Queen said to Xiaohua with a calm smile. While the 10 great families had managed to find a few partnerless exiles with the help of their current exiles, she was not lucky enough to be chosen. Fiery Queen didn't plan on taking an exile from another player at first, but when she saw the opportunity to do so, her nature made her act upon her greed. Meanwhile, at Enchanted Bamboo Forest, Yuan was surrounded by players. Player Yuan. Can I get a handshake? Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon. Player Yuan. Let's party up for a bit. Yuan could tell that some of the players there were genuine fans, but most of the people there had ulterior motives. Are they stalling me? Yuan smiled inwardly at their pointless attempts. After all, he did not plan on running away. Since it will take them some time to arrive, I might as well entertain myself. Yuan accepted one of the genuine fans' requests to sign their weapon. After acquiring their weapon, he asked, "How would you like me to sign it?" I will leave that to you. I would appreciate it if your signature could last for a long time." The young fan did not expect for Yuan to respond and was ecstatic when he accepted her sword. A long time, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving his Empyrean overlord. Are you okay with me scratching your weapon? He asked. I don't mind. What's your name? Ren Yun. The following moment, Yuan tossed the fan's sword into the air, and without hesitation, he swung at the sword, engraving the words to Ren Yun, Yuan on one side of the sword's blade. Here you go. Yuan returned the sword to the baffled fan. The fan looked at the perfectly written words with wide eyes. How did he write such clean words with a sword? Thank you very much. The fan eventually snapped out of her daze and bowed to him. After a brief moment of silence, the other fans retrieved their weapons and began pleading for a signature as well. Player Yuan. Please sign my weapon too. Mine too. Yuan proceeded to sign more weapons, only accepting the weapons from his genuine fans, leaving the others wondering why they were being ignored despite being closer to him. C1315 Our target was player Yuan. Chapter 1315 Our target was player Yuan. 1315 Our target was player Yuan. As Yuan lingered in the enchanted bamboo forest and news of his presence spread online, more and more players traveled there to meet him. However, upon their arrival, they were surprised to find hundreds of players blocking their path, almost like a group of bodyguards during a concert. Hey! Who the hell are you guys? Get out of our way. We're here to meet player Yuan. One of the players there angrily shouted. You don't need to know our identity. The only thing you need to know is that you aren't allowed past this point. You can try if you'd like, but you'll die. One of the players blocking the path said. The 10 great families did not want any interruptions while they hunted player Yuan, hence the blockade. Furthermore, it was to prevent player Yuan from escaping. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped his interaction with his fans when he sensed a chilling aura appear in the distance. This aura did not come from a single individual. It was created by a group of ominous beings. They are finally here, huh? Yuan looked at his fans, and not wanting to involve them in his battle, he said to them, sorry, but I have to end things here and continue my quest. Already? Please stay with us a little longer. You haven't signed my weapon yet. Yuan then said, I will do this again at a later date and a proper location. I have already memorized all of your faces here, so if I see you at the next location, I will give you priority. And without saying another word, Yuan left the crowd. However, while some players decided to let him go, most of the players there actually followed Yuan. Of course, Yuan had expected this. After all, you're all just fake fans trying to stall me. Yuan couldn't care less if these players were caught up in his battle with the Exiles, as they were already involved in the first place. Please wait, player Yuan. There's still something I must tell you. Where do you think you are going, player Yuan? I will not let you leave until you fight me. These players tried every tactic available to stall him, as they had misunderstood his current action as running away, and they were all tasked with stalling him until the main forces arrived. If you can catch me, I'll listen to what you have to say, Yuan said to the players before speeding up a little. Unsurprisingly, most of the players there were left in the dust by his speed. Only those with superior cultivation managed to keep up, but even then, they were barely keeping up with Yuan. Oh. Not bad. How about this? Yuan sped up even more. What? How the hell is he moving so fast? I have a heaven rank movement technique and I cannot keep up. As the players desperately tried to keep up with Yuan, he continued to increase his speed every few minutes. However, Yuan made sure to remain in these players' sight, as he did not want the 10 great families to think that he had left. Once he was close enough to the Exiles, Yuan decided to leave the players behind, disappearing from their sight like a ghost. What the hell? Where did he go? He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and look for him. We cannot lose track of him when the main forces are so close. Well, be executed if he gets away. These players desperately began searching for Yuan, unaware that he had already arrived before the main forces. Yuan stopped moving when he came across the 10 great families and the Exiles. Xianxia almost couldn't believe his eyes when Yuan appeared before them like a ghost. It's really him. It's player Yuan. But why the hell is he here? What happened to the guys watching over him? The others didn't immediately realize Yuan had appeared before them, but when they saw Xianxia's surprised face, they began realizing their situation. Why you? Player Yuan? Fiery Queen subconsciously muttered. Yuan looked at her and said, if you're asking for a signature, I am no longer giving out signatures today. All of the players there realized they were standing before player Yuan after he acknowledged it. Wow! Is it really player Yuan? What's he doing here? This is my first time seeing him in person. How lucky! Besides the players from the 10 great families, everyone there did not know they were going to be hunting Yuan in just a moment. What a coincidence, player Yuan. I've been looking for you. You have no idea how much I have wanted to see you since our last encounter. Xianxia suddenly said. Yuan looked at him and asked, have we met before? I don't recall meeting you before, though. I'm not surprised, since it was only briefly. By the way, where's that little girl who was with you before? She left to do something for me. Why are you looking for her? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Because, hey! Why the hell did we stop? The Azura clan's exile will get away at this point. One of the exiles suddenly roared out loud. How dare you stop and chat while in the middle of something so important? Do you want to die? Another shouted. Xianxia turned to look at the group behind him and calmly said, we stopped because we have arrived at our destination, at our target. What the fuck are you talking about? Besides us, I don't sense the presence of an exile nearby. Xianxia pointed at Yuan and continued, that's because she isn't here right now. However, her partner is right here. If we capture him, she will definitely come to save him. What? Our target was player Yuan? You didn't tell me about this. One of the players there exclaimed in shock. I also wasn't told about this. What is the meaning of this? Did you lie to us? The players began shouting with clear disbelief on their faces. C1316 Confronting the Exiles. Chapter 1316 Confronting the Exiles. 1316 Confronting the Exiles. What is the meaning of this? I thought we were after an exile. Nobody said anything about hunting a player Yuan, much less. The players were outraged when they realized that they had been tricked by the 10 great families to go after player Yuan, who was an idol to many of them. Shut up! Xianxia roared, quickly silencing the scene. We are after the exile. However, we recently learned that she had formed a partnership with player Yuan. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reveal this information in time. If I have to fight player Yuan, I'd rather quit this group. Someone suddenly said. Right? I'm leaving. Another exclaimed. More and more of the players started threatening to leave the group. Xiangliu's body trembled in anger, and he shouted a moment later, you can leave if you want. However, don't forget about the contract that you signed. Not to mention the money that we have already sent you. You are obligated to fulfill your duties. If you decide to leave without fulfilling your duties, the 10 great families will become your enemy. I will ensure of that. The players trembled in fear after hearing Xiangliu's words, their faces filled with despair. While player Yuan may be the strongest player in, the 10 great families have real influence in the real world, and their influence isn't small. In fact, the 10 great families are so immensely wealthy and influential to the point where even the government could not touch them without risking a serious backlash in the economy amongst other things. If ordinary players were to make an enemy out of such titans, their lives would be ruined, not to mention their friends and families. Player Yuan or not, I will fulfill my duties. The players changed their minds in the blink of an eye after hearing Xiangliu's threat. The 10 great families' power was on full display at the moment. Seeing this, Yuan could only shake his head in silence. He felt bad for the players. They were tricked by the 10 great families and forced to fight. Don't worry, I don't blame you guys, Yuan said a moment later. When the players heard Yuan's words, they felt less guilty about their actions. Meanwhile, the exiles were running out of patience. I don't know what you lots are chatting about, but I have no reason to raise my hand against a mere child. I only agreed to work with you because of the Azura clan's exile, yet I don't see her anywhere. What is the meaning of this? If you don't give us a satisfying answer, I will kill you, regardless of your background. Unlike the players, the exiles had no reason to listen to Xiangliu, and with the 10 great families' influence limited to Earth, there was simply no way to threaten the exiles. Even if their partners begged them, most exiles only work when it benefits them. Furthermore, these exiles could easily replace their current partners with other players at any time, as there was an abundance of players without an exile out there. There's no way this brat could be the Azura clan's exile's partner. The Azura clan would never work together with a weakling. Another exile said. Xiangliu knew that it would be difficult to control the exiles, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. I am not lying to you, I have no reason to. He's definitely the Azura clan's exile's partner. After all, I watched them kill my partner. Xiangliu said, revealing that had lost his exile to Yuan. What? Your exile was slain? Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families were greatly surprised to hear this for the first time. However, the exiles did not immediately believe him. Your exile was slain by them? What was his name? One of the exiles asked. Xiangliu gritted his teeth and uttered, his name was Jianghu, also known as the Harbinger of Agony. The exile's eyes widened with shock after hearing this familiar name. Harbinger of Agony? The Harbinger of Agony is dead? Jianghu was quite renowned even within the primordial realm, and he was a divine-grade servant just like Xiaohua, so he was in his own league when compared to the gathered exiles. To further prove his claims, Xiangliu retrieved some of the items that Jianghu had given him. Those treasures. They definitely belonged to the Harbinger of Agony. Unbelievable. To think the harbinger of agony would perish in such a place. Suddenly, one of the exiles there approached Yuan, appearing before him like a ghost. Omicron M, is it true? That you killed the harbinger of agony? The exile asked. Yuan calmly stared at the towering figure before him. This exile was impressively tall and almost 3 heads taller than him. However, he was quite scrawny with his bones visible. Yuan smiled and responded to the question, "No, I didn't kill him. It was my exile who killed him. You guys mentioned the Azura clan, right? My exile also mentioned coming from such a place before." The exile standing before Yuan suddenly erupted with immense killing intent, enough to completely cover their area. "Where is she? I will spare your life if you bring us to her," the exile said, expecting Yuan to cower in fear from his killing intent, just like the nearby players who were trembling violently. However, to his surprise, Yuan remained composed. "I guess you need to have some backbone to be Azura clan's exile's partner." The exile smirked. And he continued, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." "Oh. And what are you going to do?" Yuan asked in a calm voice. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to force you to tell me her location, even if I have to rip apart some limbs." "Is that so? I'd like to see you try." A cold smile appeared on Yuan's face. The following second, Yuan summoned his Empyrean overlord, and with movements that none of the exiles could grasp, he dismembered the arms of the exile standing before him. The exile didn't even realize his arms had been severed and only sensed a cold sensation brush past his shoulders, and the moment the exile tried to move his arms, they fell off his body and fell on the ground, leaving him stunned and speechless. Wah! A look of despair and fear appeared on the exile's face when he realized the situation. "Too late," Yuan muttered in a cold voice. With another swing, the exile's head was sent flying into the air, landing only a few steps away from Xianxia and the others. "That's one down." The others could hear Yuan mumbling such words afterward. Complete silence filled the scene as everyone there tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Yuan spread his arms wide apart and broke that silence by speaking in a beckoning manner. "What are you all waiting for? You won't force me to do anything if you just stand there." Xianxia pointed at Yuan while trembling and shouted in a nervous tone, "Ji, get him." The next moment, several exiles left the formation and attacked Yuan at the same time. C1317 There's not enough of you. Chapter 1317 There's not enough of you. 1317 There's not enough of you. In the blink of an eye, Yuan found himself surrounded by 4 exiles, all of them exuding immense killing intent. Abyssal quicksand. One of them pointed at Yuan's feet, causing the ground beneath him to sink like a quicksand, binding his movements. Heart piercer. Another exile from behind shoved his sword towards Yuan's heart. However, as if that wasn't enough, the 2 exiles at each of his sides were swinging their weapons directly at his neck. Are they going to kill him already? I wanted to capture and torture him. Xianxia cried inwardly as he watched the scene. Meanwhile, Yuan did not even bother trying to defend himself and stood still in a nonchalant manner. What? The exile behind Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice when he realized that his sword could not pierce Yuan's skin, almost as if there was invisible armor protecting his body. Your head is mine. A split second later, the exiles by his side reached his neck with their weapons, but just like the first attack, their weapons were stopped and could not penetrate Yuan's skin, much less take his head. What in heaven's name? Everyone there muttered in a dazed voice, as they were unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Did the exiles stop their attack right before they could kill Yuan, or did something stop them? None of the spectators could tell for sure. You should put a little more arm strength into your strikes if you want to kill me, Yuan suddenly said in a calm voice. The exiles around him suddenly sensed danger and immediately distanced themselves from him, their backs soaked in cold sweat afterward. Oh. Yuan mumbled in a slightly surprised tone. If the exiles hadn't moved just now, he would have killed them. Don't kill him. Xianxia suddenly exclaimed. If we don't capture him alive, we won't be able to bring out his exile. I don't think we can kill him even if we tried. One of the exiles thought inwardly. He could tell from their failed attack just now that Yuan was a formidable opponent. If you want to capture me, you should have brought more people, a few thousand more exiles. Yuan smiled. You arrogant little bastard. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He turned to look at the exiles behind him and roared, what are the rest of you waiting for? Get him. Huh? Who the hell are you to command us? And are you really telling everyone here to gang up on a mere child? Laughable. If he's just a mere child, then you should have no problem capturing him alone. Xianxia sneered back, and he continued, I think you're scared of him, hence why you're staying back. You dare mock me. He's right. Yuan suddenly interjected. I think you're all scared. Don't be afraid and come at me at once. I'll even go easy on you. Hearing his provocation, several more exiles stepped outside the formation and approached him. There were a dozen exiles that surrounded Yuan now, yet he did not seem to be bothered by their presence in the slightest. In response, Yuan actually stored his Empyrean overlord and brought out his starry abyss. It's been a while since I used you. Let's have some fun, shall we? Yuan mumbled while looking at the beautiful dagger in his grasp. He has 2 soul weapons. The exiles were quite startled to see Yuan pull out another soul weapon. Meanwhile, the players didn't know that Yuan could also wield a dagger, as they had only seen him with the Empyrean overlord. Is this what he means by going easy? They all wondered. Omicron the next moment, Yuan made the first move and started attacking the closest exile to him, and before they could react, he executed one of them with a simple strike at the neck. The spectators were stunned. Yuan's movements were so swift that the players couldn't keep up and the exiles were barely able to follow them. Stop using your eyes. Use your divine sense to follow him. One of the exiles suddenly shouted. Even though it seemed obvious, the exiles were simply too stunned by Yuan's overwhelming prowess to think. However, even though they could follow Yuan's movements with their divine sense, their bodies were having difficulties responding to his speed. One by one, Yuan slew the exiles as though they were mere mortals. When the spectating exiles realized the gravity of their situation, they could no longer stand still. More and more exiles began leaving the formation to fight Yuan. 10. 20. 30. Yuan had to face 30 opponents by himself. He was constantly bombarded with powerful techniques and even spiritual attacks that tried to mess with his soul. Unfortunately for the exiles, Yuan's soul strength was beyond their comprehension, and was not affected by these spiritual attacks in the slightest. As for the martial techniques, they were not strong enough to break through Yuan's defenses, and even if some managed to injure him a little, his wounds would immediately be restored within the blink of an eye. Of course, Yuan wasn't just sitting there and letting them attack him for free. Whenever he noticed a gap in their defenses, he would take the chance and slay an exile without fail. This fucking monster. Is he even human? It feels like I am fighting with a demon instead. One of the exiles cursed out loud. The players witnessing their fight were just as stunned if not even more shocked. Xianxia. I thought you said that only player Yuan's exile was powerful. If that's the case, how is he fighting so many exiles at once and still winning? Someone from the 10 great families looked to him for answers. Xianxia, who was dazed with his eyes wide open, muttered, he began doubting himself and their whole operation. Ha ha ha. Yuan suddenly started laughing. This is quite fun, but there's not enough of you. All of you come at me at once. Entertain me some more. That crazy bastard. In the end, more and more exiles left the formation to join the fight. Soon, over 70 exiles were attacking Yuan at once, and rather than fighting a human, it felt like they were subjugating a dangerous monster instead. C1318 Crimson Empress. Chapter 1318 Crimson Empress. 1318 Crimson Empress. why aren't my spiritual techniques working on him? It's as though they're passing right through him. One of the exiles cried in frustration. Fuck. What is his body made of? Not even my divine-grade treasure can pierce his skin. Another cursed out loud. The Azura clan's exile must have drowned him in treasures. There's no way a mere spirit king could fight so many of us at once. Keep attacking him. There must be a limit to his tricks. He will eventually run out of spiritual energy, too. Yuan's battle with the exiles was so massive that it caused havoc within the enchanted bamboo forest, alerting nearby experts. With every release of a potent technique by an exile, the entire forest quivered. Furthermore, with so many powerful cultivators gathered in one area, the pressure within the forest was intense and unbearable for the players there, forcing them to evacuate the enchanted bamboo forest, as they were losing health just by being in the vicinity. Half an hour into their fight, Yuan slew over 30 exile, and there were only 4 exiles who have yet to join the fight, Xiaohua being one of them. Fiery Queen, seeing this, approached her and said, "Are you not going to join the fight? We'll lose more exiles at this rate. Please, we need your help." Xiaohua glanced at her with a cold gaze, sending shivers down her back. "Brother Yuan, what should I do?" she decided to ask him. Yuan smiled and said, "Do whatever you want." After receiving his response, Xiaohua looked at the exile standing not too far away from her, the one who partnered with Dazzling Sword. Then, without any hesitation, she approached him. Dazzling Sword suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned around. What? To his absolute surprise, Xiaohua was standing behind his exile with her arm extended and fingers grasping onto his exile's neck. What the fuck do you think you are doing to my exile?" Dazzling Sword exclaimed, catching the other's attention. Tianhua. What are you doing? Your enemy is over there. Fiery Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Xiaohua ignored Fiery Queen and the other players. Shortly after grasping onto the exile's neck, she tossed him outside the formation. "Senior? What are you doing?" The butcherer asked her with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't like you, and your face is annoying, so I am going to kill you," Xiaohua said as she retrieved 2 large swords, wielding one in each hand. "If you think I am just going to sit back and let you kill me, you're gravely mistaken." The butcherer grabbed the 2 axes strapped to his back and wielded one in each hand like Xiaohua. The following moment, Xiaohua kicked her feet and flew at the butcherer, who confronted her with sweaty palms. Despite his words just now, he knew that he had no chance of winning against her after learning of her killing intent not long ago. However, he wasn't expecting to fight her by himself either. Sure enough, the 2 exiles who had refrained from engaging Yuan due to their lack of confidence quickly opted to assist the butcherer upon witnessing Xiaohua's betrayal. The butcherer and the other 2 exiles surrounded Xiaohua with a triangular formation. Xiaohua was not confident that she could fight 3 exiles at once, but when she remembered that Yuan was fighting over 70 of them at once, she gritted her teeth and tossed away all of her useless thoughts. "If I am going to follow Brother Yuan, I will need to get stronger, much stronger than I am currently." A resolute expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. Heavenly domain, full power. A vicious light flickered within Xiaohua's gaze right before a tyrannical pressure enveloped the 3 exiles surrounding her. What is this? Xiaohua took advantage of the exile's stunned state and swung her large swords at the exile standing closest to her, executing him in a single strike. Heaven sealing technique. Without any pauses after the kill, she immediately sealed the cultivation of the next closest exile before swinging her sword at him. "And my cultivation is sealed?" The exile didn't realize that his cultivation had been sealed until it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua slew 2 of the 3 exiles, leaving the last one, the butcherer, completely speechless. Xionglu, who couldn't be bothered by the commotion behind him, finally decided to take a peek, and his eyes widened when he saw the swords in Xiaohua's grasp. Her. That's her. She's player Yuan's exile. Xionglu exclaimed in a terrified voice after recognizing her swords. What? The players turned to look at Xiaohua with wide eyes. Even the exiles fighting Yuan stopped moving and risked their lives to look. You told us she was a little girl. Which part of her is little? One of the exiles suddenly cursed out loud. I'm sure it's her. She used the same weapons when she fought my exile. I cannot explain her change in appearance, but I am certain that it's her who killed Jiahui. Xiong Lu said. Did she consume an appearance-altering pill to fool us? One of the exiles deducted correctly. Appearance-altering pill? Then. Fiery Queen turned to look at Yuan with a horrified look on her face. Yuan smiled and said out loud, I guess there's no point in hiding now, Xiaohua. He removed his mask, revealing his appearance as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. You bastard. How dare you trick us? Fiery Queen's face flushed with redness after realizing that they had been completely played by Yuan. Xiaohua also removed her mask, revealing her sister's beautiful appearance. When the exiles saw Xiaohua's face, their faces immediately paled. See Crimson Empress? Not one exile there did not recognize Xiaohua's sister's face. After realizing the identity of their target, the exiles suddenly lost all motivation to continue, with some even dropping their weapons in despair. C1319 Outside. Chapter 1319 Outside. 1319 Outside. All it took was a mere glance at Xiaohua's face for the exiles to lose their will to continue fighting. See Crimson Empress? We were after the Crimson Empress this entire time. When the exiles came to this realization, their faces twisted with fear and despair. What's going on? Why did they stop the moment they saw her face? Fiery Queen and the other players wondered inwardly as they tried to comprehend the situation. Unlike the exiles, the players were oblivious of the Azura clan's true influence and power, much less about this Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress. We didn't know you were here. Please, spare me. One of the exiles suddenly got onto his knees and kowtowed while begging for his life. I was tricked into doing this. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have came here. Another exile dropped his weapon and surrounded his hands toward the sky. They are this terrified of her? Just what kind of person is her sister? Yuan wondered inwardly, finding the exiles' reaction to be quite entertaining. Abruptly, several exiles in the vicinity pivoted and started sprinting away, displaying a sense of urgency as if their very lives hinged on making a swift escape, devoid of any hesitation. Where do you think you are going? Yuan swiftly reacted to their escape and activated 10,000 ghost blades, creating hundreds of starry abyss to chase after the exiles. None of the exiles managed to run away successfully and perished out of sight shortly after they ran. When the other exiles saw this, they tossed away any thought of running away. However, most of them never even intended to run away in the first place, as they weren't foolish enough to turn their backs on the Crimson Empress. Crimson Empress, please have mercy. We will accept any punishment you give us. This was the best way for these exiles to save their lives, by giving it up on their own and hoping the Crimson Empress would spare them. However, it wouldn't be out of pity or generosity. In the Crimson Empress' eyes, they were as insignificant as ants, and unless one was a psychopath, they wouldn't go out of their way to step on every ant they saw. Xiaohua wasn't sure what to do in this situation. She didn't expect to cause such a commotion by using her sister's appearance. Suddenly, just as Xiaohua opened her mouth, her figure began shrinking. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua returned to her original appearance. This was witnessed by everyone there. Naturally, it was due to the appearance-altering pill running out of effect. Yuan also reverted to his original appearance. Following a prolonged moment of silence, the exiles, initially trembling in fear, transitioned to trembling with rage upon understanding the situation. Why, you little bitch? Who the fuck are you? How dare you mess with us by using the Crimson Empress appearance? The exiles rose to their feet, gripping their weapons with renewed determination. Their eyes gleamed with a potent killing intent, fueled by an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Even if it's the last thing I do in this life, I will make you pay for humiliating me. How dare you play with me? You little bitch. I'll skin you alive. The exiles roared as they ran towards Xiaohua, completely ignoring Yuan. Xiaohua was startled when all of the exiles started running at her and contemplated releasing her seal again. A calm sigh that none of them heard suddenly resounded, followed by an immense pressure that appeared out of thin air. Heavenly Domain. Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, abruptly freezing the movements of the exiles in their tracks. Turning your backs to your opponent in the middle of a fight. You guys are either really confident or dumb. Yuan spoke as he replaced the starry abyss with the Empyrean Overlord. I guess it's about time I finish this and make my way to the fourth heaven. Dragon Awakening. Yuan's aura surged toward heaven, and his presence began to mirror that of a divine beast. His once pristine black hair and clear eyes transformed into a resplendent gold. This won't take long. Vanishing Ghost's soundless blade. Yuan's sword flickered for an instant. The next moment, half of the exiles there collapsed to the ground without realizing that they had been killed. A solitary swing of his sword cleaved through over 40 exiles, rending them in half and causing a river of blood to flow. When the other exiles saw this, their faces paled, but before their mind could even comprehend their situation, Yuan swung his sword again. Shah! An unyielding and overwhelming sword light flashed, sweeping the rest of the exiles in the blink of an eye. In a span of mere seconds since Yuan's transformation, he had obliterated all the exiles, leaving only the one beside Xiaohua standing. His overwhelming prowess was on full display, leaving the players in absolute shock and disbelief. Seeing this, Xiaohua quickly snapped out of her daze and went to finish the butcherer within a minute. Yuan deactivated Dragon Awakening afterward and approached the players with a nonchalant look on his face as he casually stepped on the corpses in his path, stopping only a few steps away from Xionglu. Now that all of your exiles are gone, what are you going to do? Yuan asked. Xionglu didn't know how to react and subconsciously smiled in a nervous manner. You fucking monster. He uttered in a trembling voice. If you have nothing else to say, I'll end this right now. Xionglu gritted his teeth and bellowed, you might wield power in this world, but don't forget who truly holds authority and influence in the real world. You're just a mere orphan without any substantial support. I can crush you and everyone around you like an ant whenever I please. Yuan smiled at his threat and said, you can't defeat me in this world, so you're going to fight me outside of Cultivation Online next? Of course, I don't mind, but don't forget, the smile on Yuan's face suddenly disappeared, and his expression turned grim. You won't die if I kill you in this world, and you will at most lose your ability to cultivate. However, if you decide to fight me on the other side, I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive afterward. Xionglu's expression darkened after hearing his words. C1320 Final Answer. Chapter 1320 Final Answer. 1320 Final Answer. You dare to threaten me? Xionglu bellowed in a fit of rage after hearing Yuan's words. Yuan chuckled, it's just a friendly reminder. You probably feel quite accomplished after dealing with the Jing family. However, let me make it clear, the Xiong family operates on an entirely different echelon. Not even 10 Jing families could pose a threat to us. Xionglu asserted with a tone of superiority. Consider this carefully, Yuan, or should I call you Yutian? Do you genuinely wish to antagonize the 10 great families? By doing so, you won't merely be provoking us but also all our allies, encompassing the entirety of the legacy ranking. Even if you somehow have the prowess to resist us, how long will you be able to keep that up? The legacy rankings control the world. Can you hide from the world? Can you fight against the world? What about your friends? How will you protect them? Yuan fell silent as Xionglu rambled on and on about the legacy ranking and their insurmountable power. Yu Tian, if you have any sense, cease this opposition. I'm open to having you work for me. There's no need for us to be adversaries. Join us and assist in conquering this world called together. You will be paid handsomely, and you will receive unimaginable fame and status. Xianxia extended a hand and continued, daring Yuan to defy the proposition. If you refuse to work for us, then we can only be adversaries, and we will crush you with the full extent of our power. A heavy silence enveloped the entire area as those present held their breath, anticipation hanging in the air as they anxiously awaited Yuan's response. Yuan's reply had the potential to reshape not only the dynamics within but also on Earth itself. After all, his cultivation techniques and secrets could easily flip the entire world around. Nevertheless, whether Yuan accepted or declined Xiangliu's offer, the world would undergo a transformative shift. The future of both and Earth hung in the balance, teetering between peace and destruction, all contingent upon Yuan's decision. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. I have minded my own business ever since I first stepped into this world, only striving towards my own goal, so I don't understand how I ended up here, surrounded by mostly people I have never met until recently, even being threatened by them. Even when my exile killed your exile, we weren't the ones who approached you, nor were we the ones who started the fight. Now that I think about it, this whole situation started when you threatened us. Are you sure you want to make the same mistake again? This time, it won't end with just one dead criminal. Yuan stood there with a calm expression on his face. Xiangliu's entire body trembled upon hearing Yuan's words, and he asked, Is this your final answer? I will keep my hand in this position for another 3 seconds. No, that wasn't my final answer. Yuan suddenly interrupted. The very next moment, before anyone there could even react, Yuan swung his sword at Xiangliu, severing his body in half from top to bottom. This is my final answer. Xiangliu couldn't even respond to Yuan because he was dead, but there was a shocked expression on his face as his body dissipated into thin air. At that moment, Xiangliu experienced his first death in Cultivation Online. After killing Xiangliu, Yuan turned to look at Fiery Queen and the others from the 10 great families. Tell him this when you guys see him in a bit. I hope you guys will entertain me more than today. Wait, just as Fiery Queen opened her mouth and tried to speak, a notification appeared before her. The other 7 players from the 10 great families also encountered the same notification simultaneously. Once head dealt with the 10 great families, Yuan shifted his attention to the remaining players standing there, their faces marked with terror as they wondered if they were next to die. After releasing a deep sigh, Yuan spoke, You can relax. I am not going to kill you guys since you were basically tricked into hunting me. Unfortunately, I had to kill all of your exiles. Though truth to be told, I would have killed them even if none of this had happened, as I also have an exile of my own, and only one exile can complete the legacy. If you hold any grudges toward me for this, I welcome you to come after me. However, I won't be as forgiving as today, so bear that in mind when you think about pointing your weapon at me. One of the players there suddenly raised his hand and asked in a nervous voice, Player Yuan, are you really going to fight the 10 great families, the legacy ranking? I am not going to go out of my way to fight them since I have more important things to do, but if they really want to fight, I won't sit back and be a pushover. While you are probably invincible inside Cultivation Online, the real world is a different story. I cannot imagine how you'll deal with the legacy ranking, as they essentially run the world. Yuan nonchalantly shrugged, I'll figure it out when the time comes, but as I already said, I have more important things to deal with. What is possibly more important than being the enemy of the world? Another player exclaimed in disbelief. It's not like I am really going to fight the entire world, but for starters, how about the end of the world? Yuan said with a smile. The end of the world. What are you? Yuan merely shook his head in silence before turning to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, let's leave. Xiaohua silently nodded and flew to him, avoiding the sea of corpses and blood beneath her. Oh, I almost forgot. Yuan suddenly made a gesture with his hand, causing all of the spatial rings and storage pouches that belonged to the corpses to fly toward him. After sucking all of the loot inside his own spatial ring like a vacuum, Yuan quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, the players present remained in a state of bewilderment, grappling with uncertainty as they attempted to discern their next course of action. C1321 Exile Executioner. Chapter 1321 Exile Executioner 1321 Exile Executioner. What should we do now? One of the players there asked out loud sometime after Yuan left them behind in the bloodied scene. What can we do? All of our exiles are dead because of the 10 great families, but it's not like we can mention this to anyone without facing their wrath. What about our contract with them? Do we have to return the money and treasure since the quest failed miserably? Fuck. What a goddamn mess this is. If you think this is a mess, just wait until they start fighting in the real world. Do you think they'll shed blood? I don't know about player Yuan, but the 10 great families do not tolerate humiliation, and they definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill someone over such things. They are also above the law and backed by the government, so even if they kill someone, it could easily be swept under the rug. If we're talking about an ordinary person, that is. What about player Yuan? The entire world is aware of his presence. There's no way to sweep him under the rug. I will probably sound crazy for saying this, but I don't think even the 10 great families can touch player Yuan without immense backlash. No, I agree with you. If this had happened a year ago, I would have definitely called you crazy. However, is no longer just a game, and just think of how much information and knowledge player Yuan has about. All of that information is priceless and could be used to fight back. Due to the recent changes on Earth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that has become a second Earth, at least that's how the people on Earth are starting to see it. And as much as Xianxia wanted to ignore Yuan's influence most would not agree with him. Eventually, these players logged off and called their recruiter to see what would happen to them. Ultimately, they were informed that they could retain the funds already provided, as it constituted part of the contractual agreement. However, the other half of the reward would not be dispersed, given their failure to fulfill the mission. The players were relieved, but they were not satisfied. After all, their exiles were worth far more than what they were given, and to lose them was an immense loss even for the 10 great families, much less these ordinary players. Sometime later, Yuan stopped walking when notifications suddenly bombarded him. Exile Executioner. Description: after executing over 100 exiles, your accomplishment and dedication have been acknowledged. You are now an exile executioner. As an executioner, you will deal 100% increased damage when facing against an exile. Weaker exiles will also flee in your presence. Oh. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this promotion. However, he quickly became disappointed when he didn't receive anything else for his promotion. What can I even do as a general in the faction? I probably won't find out until I climb much higher, he sighed inwardly. Actually, I have to visit the myriad of techniques before I ascend to the next realm. After deciding to visit the myriad of techniques, he started making his way to the nearest city. Meanwhile, the players of the 10 great families gathered outside Cultivation online sometime after they died to Yuan. The atmosphere within the meeting room was thick with a profound silence, and not a soul uttered a single word for minutes after assembling, almost as if they were all too ashamed. After many minutes of silence, someone eventually spoke out. What am I doing here? Bai Lianhua asked. Even though she did not expect to be summoned and had no desire to attend, her curiosity about their present predicament proved too compelling to ignore. Upon arriving last and sensing the tense atmosphere, she promptly discerned that their endeavors had ended in failure. So this is a losers' gathering, huh? But that doesn't explain why I was summoned as well. Are they going to blame me for not assisting them? Bai Lianhua wondered inwardly as she anxiously waited for a response. However, nobody answered her question. After another minute of silence, Xianxia spoke. Did anyone here lose their ability to cultivate? Since there was a chance for one's cultivation to be crippled after death, he had to know if anyone there experienced such a tragic fate. Losing their ability to cultivate. Bai Lianhua raised her eyebrows. That could only happen if you die. Did Yuan slaughter all of them? Bai Lianhua could barely keep her composure after learning of this news. If she had even slightly worse self-restraint, she would have burst out laughing. In response to Xianxia's question, everyone that were slain by Yuan shook their heads. He killed all of them? Bai Lianhua subconsciously grinned at their misfortune. When Fiery Queen saw Bai Lianhua smiling at them, she immediately slammed the table in anger. What the hell are you smiling about, Bai Lianhua? Do you think this is funny? Huh? Bai Lianhua didn't even realize she was smiling until it was pointed out and was surprised by Fiery Queen's sudden outburst. But she didn't back down and chuckled. Of course I find it funny. The 9 of you, the strongest and most powerful players in Cultivation Online, couldn't take down a single player and even died to him, not to mention the other players you recruited. I have never seen a failure of such epic proportions. This will definitely go down in history, I will make sure of it. You're going too far, you bitch. Fiery Queen roared. The others also started cursing at her. Bai Lianhua merely shrugged at their insults. C1322 Declared War. Chapter 1322 Declared War. 1322 Declared War. Curse at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you tried to go after Yuan and miserably failed. Bai Lianhua calmly said to the people in the room. We lost because you refused to help us. Fiery Queen shouted, trying to save some face. However, nobody in the room backed such a statement, as they were aware that even if Bai Lianhua helped them, it wouldn't have made a difference, as that was simply how powerful Yuan was. In their minds, they were kicking themselves for agreeing to help Xianxia. Due to their lack of judgment and jealousy, they made a devastating mistake that ruined their faces and any potential relationship with the uncertain powerhouse known as Yuan. Bai Lianhua, on the other hand, could now monopolize any benefit the others could have gained if they hadn't attacked Yuan, and if she joined forces with Yuan, it would make things even more complicated for them. You lost because I didn't assist you? No, you lost because you messed with the wrong individual. I cautioned all of you that he wasn't someone to be taken lightly, yet none bothered to heed my words and willingly marched to your doom alongside Xianxia, Bai Lianhua retorted, her tone marked by a mix of frustration and admonishment. Anyways, did you summon me here merely to display your humiliation? If so, I've witnessed enough. Just as Bai Lianhua prepared to leave the meeting, Xianxia spoke in a cold voice. We summoned you because player Yuan has declared war against the 10 great families, which includes the Bai family. Bai Lianhua frowned upon hearing this, and she quickly said, bullshit. He waged war against you. Don't drag my family into your mess. No, Xianxia is correct. Player Yuan has declared war against the entire legacy ranking. Henceforth, we will unleash our full might to crush him, Jianghu confirmed. Fiery Queen added, given that the Bai family is part of the legacy ranking, you also bear the responsibility to address this threat, unless, of course, you wish to align with player Yuan and stand against the entire world. Don't forget that the legacy ranking played a pivotal role in shaping your family's current status. If you choose to bite the hands that fed you, we won't hesitate to put you down, another participant warned. Bai Lianhua clenched her fists and responded to them in a cold voice, you guys sure talk big for a bunch of losers. Are you going to cry to your parents because you lost a fight? I cannot imagine being that pathetic. And speaking of parents, I wonder if yours are aware of this. After all, your words carry little weight when it's your parents who make the ultimate decisions. When Bai Lianhua brought up their parents, the room plunged into an eerie silence, as if she had struck a nerve. While everyone in the meeting room was the top player in their respective families, they could not go around declaring war without their family's approval. You don't need to worry about that. I will speak with my father right after this meeting, and I do not doubt that he will have no problem with crushing a single ant. Xianxia spoke in a confident voice. Until then, you should stop spewing bullshit. I'll take my leave now if there's nothing else. Bai Lianhua said. Go ahead. Xianxia calmly nodded. Bai Lianhua didn't hesitate and logged off from the meeting room. After that, she immediately called her father, Bai Mengyao. I am currently in the middle of a meeting. Call me back in a few hours. Bai Mengyao immediately said after connecting. This is urgent, father. Xianxia stated that the legacy ranking plans to collaborate to crush Yuan. The others from the 10 great families also shared the same sentiment, Despite maintaining a composed demeanor during the meeting, Bai Lianhua was secretly fraught with concern. After all, engaging in conflict with a few individuals from the 10 great families was an entirely different prospect than facing the entire 10 great families themselves. How odd. Bai Mengyao spoke after a moment of silence. I didn't receive any news regarding this. Are you sure this isn't just that child's bickering? Well. Xiong Lu said that he'll talk to his father about it after the meeting. Hearing this, Bai Mengyao suddenly burst out laughing, which greatly baffled Bai Lianhua. What's so funny? You know nothing about that child's old man. Do you truly think he's as immature as his son? He didn't raise the Xiong family to its current position with ignorance and recklessness. If he's as shrewd as I think, he wouldn't dare think about crushing someone as important as Yuan. Someone as important as Yuan. Is there something I don't know, father? Bai Lianhua asked. There's a lot of things you don't know about. Anyways, there's nothing to worry about. I will call you back when I am done with my meeting. Bai Mengyao hung up the phone, leaving Bai Lianhua speechless. Meanwhile, Yuan arrived at the myriad of techniques. Is this your first time here? A young man that Yuan didn't recognize greeted him when he entered the building. No. And without explaining further, Yuan lifted his head to look at the ceiling and spoke out loud, Senior Bai, can you hear me? His actions greatly shocked the young man, who hastily said, What do you think you are doing? He's a friend. A familiar voice suddenly resounded, shocking the young man even further. My hands are a little full at the moment, so you'll have to wait a bit. Senior Bai continued. A portal opened up before Yuan. Take your time. Yuan calmly stepped inside the portal, disappearing from the building. Once he was inside Senior Bai's realm, Yuan flew to the nearest floating pavilion and waited for Senior Bai's arrival. After several hours, a portal materialized before Yuan, and Senior Bai stepped through it. C1323 Earth. Chapter 1323 Earth 1323 Earth. I apologize for the wait, Yuan. My business took a little longer to deal with than expected. Senior Bai apologized after stepping through the portal. Yuan shook his head. It's fine. I came here unannounced, too. After taking a seat and receiving some tea, Senior Bai poured a cup for him. Thank you. I'm relieved to see you've survived the Nameless Emperor's tomb. How was your experience? I can sense that there's something different about you, but I can't quite pinpoint it, Senior Bai remarked. It was quite an experience. I came close to death a few times, to be honest. Oh. I also encountered a few individuals from the upper heavens, Yuan shared. Even though they are supposed to be hunting a certain individual. Senior Bai shook his head at these people from the upper heavens. But I cannot blame them for visiting the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Even immortals used to travel to the third heaven all the time just for that place. Anyways, what are you going to do now? I'll be making my way towards the fourth heaven after this. The fourth heaven already, huh? You are probably one of the fastest climbers out there. In my experience, you are definitely the fastest climber. Even the most talented cultivators spend years preparing before challenging each door, yet you undertake them whenever you please, Senior Bai smiled. Once you transition from the third heaven to the fourth heaven, it'll be akin to stepping into an entirely new world. The disparities in cultivation will be even more profound, and the world itself will unfold in grander proportions. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know anything about the Vanishing Valley in the fourth heaven? Senior Bai immediately frowned at this name, and he asked in a grim tone, I hope you are not planning on visiting that godforsaken place. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face as he said, Unfortunately, I must go there. The frown on Senior Bai's face deepened. Do you have any idea what kind of place the Vanishing Valley is? I am aware that it's a very dangerous place. It's more than just dangerous. The magical beasts alone could threaten even immortals, not to mention the real monster dwelling within. Monster? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Dong Yi didn't mention anything about a monster. This creature is neither human nor beast, but a spirit. Even the most powerful magical beasts within the valley are akin to toddlers in comparison to this spirit. Fortunately, unlike the magical beasts, the spirit won't approach you unless provoked. However, that doesn't diminish its danger, Senior Bai explained. Regardless, I'd like to know your reason for venturing into the Vanishing Valley, he then inquired. I have to go even if it kills me because the lives of many are at risk, including mine. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Let me see if I can help you. Yuan smiled and said, I didn't get into any trouble, it just happened. And as much as I'd like your help, I don't think it's something you can assist me with. Senior Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and proceeded to ponder in silence. Does it have anything to do with your world? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. There's no need to be surprised. I've known about it ever since we first met. Senior Bai continued. Is it really okay for you to say that? Yuan asked in a worried tone. He was already aware that top cultivators weren't affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, but he harbored a suspicion that other rules were preventing them from divulging such information. Senior Bai stroked his beard and replied calmly, actually, we are not supposed to acknowledge it, reinforced by the Celestial Emperor himself, so I am currently going against the Celestial Emperor by telling you this. With that being said, we are in a safe zone, so they won't know unless we tell on ourselves. Is that so? Yuan saw Senior Bai in a new light. After taking a deep breath, Yuan nodded, yes, it's related to my world, a place we call Earth. How much do you know about our world? He then asked. Not much. As far as I'm aware, Earth used to be part of the 9 heavens before it was separated. If you weren't aware, the 9 heavens used to be one extensive world, but it was divided into 10 different realms after a certain incident. Yuan nodded, I know that much. While the 9 heavens remained relatively close to each other, my world drifted away. Yes, it happened so fast that nobody was able to do anything but watch as it disappeared into the distant void. Though, even if there was time, I doubt anyone would be willing to exert any resources to save a piece of the world that was drastically smaller than the others, almost insignificantly so. Yuan agreed with Senior Bai. Compared to the 9 heavens, Earth was incomparably small, and no sane person would go out of their way to save a pebble that had fallen off a mountain. What about the Celestial Emperor? What did he tell you guys about us? Yuan then asked. He told us that he'd found a method to bring those from Earth back to the 9 heavens through some kind of spiritual technique, but he didn't go into details. Of course, we were also told to not acknowledge your world. Did he tell you why he brought us back to the 9 heavens? No, and I don't have the slightest idea of his intentions. However, he wanted us to raise you guys. Raise us? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Yes, to nurture you as cultivators. However, we aren't allowed to approach you until you guys reach the 7th heaven, as that is punishable by death. But you, Senior Bai smiled, there are exceptions, such as when you approach us by chance. It's not like we are forbidden from speaking with you entirely. If we somehow meet through special circumstances, we are allowed to interact, just like how we met in the myriad of techniques, which is connected to my personal realm. We are just not allowed to leave our world and travel to the lower heavens to find you. Yuan was excited to learn so much new information regarding the 9 heavens and cultivation online, and he could feel himself slowly approaching the truth behind the Celestial Emperor's intentions. C1324 Celestial Council. Chapter 1324 Celestial Council 1324 Celestial Council. How many people did the Celestial Emperor tell this information to? Yuan inquired after learning that it wasn't a secret in the upper heavens. As far as I know, everyone with even the slightest influence in the 7th heaven and above was notified by the Celestial Emperor. From small families and sects to powerhouses with sway over entire continents. However, there's a good chance that such information trickled down to the lower heavens as well. So pretty much everyone in the 7th heaven and above are aware of our existence and not influenced by the curse? That is correct. Though, even if someone is aware, they will most likely not reveal it to you like I am currently due to the Celestial Emperor's action. What sort of action? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Celestial Emperor has the power to create heavenly laws by inscribing them into the heaven's will. Once something is written in heaven's will, all living beings living within the 9 heavens must obey the law, or they will be punished with a fate worse than death, soul extermination. Isn't that a little too much power for one individual? Yuan frowned slightly after learning of the Celestial Emperor's prowess. While it may sound incredibly dangerous to have such authority, it's not something that he could abuse at will. Because of what happened in the past, the Celestial Emperor cannot create any law as he pleases without the approval of the Celestial Council. The Celestial Council? What's that? It's made up of members from several of the most prominent and influential powerhouses in the entire 9 heavens. They are there to ensure that the Celestial Emperor does not abuse his power and create another situation like the heavenly war of immortals and gods. With that being said, the Celestial Emperor still has the final say even if everyone in the Celestial Council are against it. I see. Yuan mumbled. Now why don't you tell me a little about your world and its situation that requires you to travel to the Vanishing Valley? Senior Bai suddenly inquired. Since Senior Bai told him so much, Yuan had no reason to keep it a secret and did not hesitate to reveal information about his own situation. My world, Earth, is on the verge of collapse. We're not exactly sure of the cause, but we think it's due to a lack of spiritual energy. If it weren't for a certain individual who had been protecting the world by supplying his spiritual energy for countless years, our world would have disappeared long ago. Senior Bai fell silent with a pondering expression on his face. Just like cultivators, a world created through spiritual energy will collapse without it. Even if your world is only a small fragment of the 9 heavens, it would still require an immense amount of spiritual energy to keep it from crumbling apart. Who is this individual? To support the world for so long, he must have a deep cultivation. He's not human. He's a divine beast, a blood mastiff. Yuan revealed. Senior Bai's eyes widened with surprise after hearing this. Did you just say he's a blood mastiff? They are so exceeding rare that they're on the verge of extinction even in the 9 heavens. Senior Bai exclaimed. Extinction. Really? Yuan's face was filled with surprise. Yes. Blood mastiffs have a unique bloodline that allows them to absorb spiritual energy much faster than others, and they only absorb the purest spiritual energy. This kind of bloodline would be heaven-defying if acquired by a cultivator. Because of this, they were hunted to near extinction. Yuan frowned upon learning this information. When did this happen? It occurred around the same time as the hunting of dragons, Senior Bai replied. He continued, unfortunately, blood mastiffs were already a rare race, unlike dragons, which have multiple bloodlines and a vast community, so it didn't take long for their bloodline to decline. Nowadays there are probably less than 10 blood mastiffs across the entirety of 9 heaven. In fact, I have never come across one myself throughout my entire life. However, it would make sense for this individual to be able to support your world for so long if he's a blood mastiff, as they have the highest spiritual energy capacity out of all races out there. Yuan's respect for the Lord significantly increased upon learning the truth about his race's history. If humans had been hunted to near extinction by beasts, it would be unlikely for any sane human to sacrifice themselves to protect a world dominated by beasts. Yet, that was precisely what the Lord did. Despite his race being hunted to near extinction, he still chose to sacrifice himself to protect Earth. I understand the situation of your world now, but that doesn't explain why you need to visit the Vanishing Valley. Nothing in that place will help your predicament. Senior Bai said a moment later. The Vanishing Valley is just a road I must take to reach my real destination, Yuan said. Your real destination? The Shadow Realm. Senior Bai stood up after hearing this name. Omicron M, the Shadow Realm? That place is infinitely more dangerous than the Vanishing Valley. Not even an insane person would dare think about going there. He exclaimed. The corrupted souls within that place possess neither will nor intelligence. They have only their destructive instincts, and they will attack anything in sight. And because they aren't living or have a physical body, they cannot be killed through normal means. The Shadow Realm is not a place meant for the living. It was sealed away for a reason. I know. I experienced for myself how dangerous that place is firsthand. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Why, you've already been there before. Senior Bai looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Yes, and I was much, much weaker than I am now back then. Senior Bai swallowed nervously at such words. Had been to the Shadow Realm once before, but he was only looking at the place from outside in a safe zone. I didn't even dare to enter the Shadow Realm back then, he sighed inwardly. C1325 Spirits. Chapter 1325 Spirits. 1325 Spirits. Anyways, the reason I need to visit the Shadow Realm is because I am looking for a cultivator's soul in the God Ascension realm, Yuan said as Senior Bai stared at him with wide eyes. The Blood Mastiff is currently depleting more spiritual energy than he can absorb, and since spiritual treasures are incredibly scarce in our world, we can only rely on a powerful cultivator's soul for assistance. I understand your reasoning, but even if you somehow manage to find a cultivator's soul of that level, how will you bring them back to your world? Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss, showing it to Senior Bai. I'm told that a soul weapon can shelter souls, and since these soul weapons are connected to my soul, I can summon them even in my world, Yuan explained the process to him. Senior Bai fell into silence with a look of amazement on his face. I see, that would work. However, the biggest issue here is finding these souls. A God Ascension realm cultivator can only be found in the 7th heaven and above. If you're thinking about finding one in the Shadow Realm, you have a better chance of reaching the 9th heaven before you find a cultivator's soul of that level in the Shadow Realm that hasn't been corrupted. Senior Bai sighed. He continued, the Shadow Realm hasn't been used since ancient times, and the chances of a soul surviving this long without losing their sanity are extremely unlikely. I already found 2 of them, though. What? Is that true? Senior Bai exclaimed, his face filled with shock. Yes, but my cultivation wasn't sufficient enough to shelter these cultivators back then. They asked me to return once I reached Spirit Emperor, but my current soul strength should surpass even that of a Spirit Emperor. Senior Bai rubbed his eyes and asked in a worried tone, are you sure that you aren't being tricked by these souls? One of these souls claimed to be the sect master of the Immortal Monastery and the other claimed to be one of 3 ethereal immortal fairies. Perhaps you have heard of them, Senior. Senior Bai's body trembled upon hearing this information. Did you just say the sect master of the Immortal Monastery? The Immortal Monastery used to rule the divine heavens as one of the top 3 sects during the primordial era, and their sect master was one of the most powerful figures in the world. If they existed today, even the biggest sects would look insignificant before them. As for the ethereal immortal fairies, they exist even to this day, and they are some of the most influential figures in the 9 heavens. Each of them has unrivaled beauty and is widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. Of course, they are also powerful cultivators. I guess they weren't spewing complete lies back then. Yuan thought to himself. If these souls are truly who they claim, there's a decent chance that they are not lying. However, you must still be careful. Yuan smiled and said, how about this? After I shelter them inside my soul weapon, I will come back here and let you judge them for yourself to see if they are truly who they claim they are. Senior Bai nodded, that would be for the best. Yuan and Senior Bai proceeded to continue their conversation about the Shadow Realm and the Vanishing Valley for a while. Senior Bai would give Yuan his advice and his own experience in the Vanishing Valley to prepare him better for the place. As for the Shadow Realm, since he had no experience himself, Senior Bai could only talk about the corrupted souls within the place. Corrupted souls lack a physical form, rendering physical attacks ineffective against them. However, being souls, they are inherently vulnerable to spiritual attacks, Senior Bai explained. With that being said, I do not recommend attacking them unless you have no other choice. They are indifferent when it comes to physical attacks since they know they can't hurt them, but if they are hurt even the slightest with spiritual attacks, they will become enraged and go on a frenzy, making them much more annoying to deal with. Do you know where the entrance to the Shadow Realm is in Vanishing Valley? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, I do not know its exact location. However, it should be near the Giant's Sword. Giant's Sword? What's that? Yuan inquired for more information. In the Vanishing Valley, there exists a massive sword that makes even mountains look small. Half of the sword is rooted in the ground, yet it's large enough to touch the clouds. We call it the Giant's Sword since it was clearly made to be wielded by giants. If you see it, you should be near the entrance. However, you must never approach the Giant's Sword. Is there something there? Senior Bai nodded. That's the monster's territory. If you get too close, the monster will attack you. Not even the magical beasts there dare to approach the Giant's Sword. That's how dangerous it is. This monster is a spirit, correct? Yes. There are many types of spirits in this world, with the most common being weapon spirits. When a weapon or soul weapon gains enough experience, whether through battle or other means, it gives birth to a conscience, and that conscience has a small chance of becoming a spirit. A weapon with a spirit is vastly superior to a spiritless weapon, as these spirits awaken a weapon's true potential. As for the spirit, depending on their grade, their appearance may vary. Yuan looked at his two soul weapons in silence for a moment before asking, can a weapon give birth to multiple spirits? No, every weapon can only give birth to one spirit. Then is there a way to tell if a soul weapon has given birth to one yet? Senior Bai looked at his soul weapons and said, there is a way, but it requires special equipment, something we don't have access to right now. With that being said, I don't sense any spirits within your soul weapons, so there's a good chance that they are spiritless. Of course, there's an extremely small chance that they already gave birth to a spirit, but that spirit is not with the weapon for some reason. Spirits can be separated with their weapon? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course. If a soul weapon were a human, their body would be the weapon itself while their soul would be the spirit. If you can separate your soul from your body, why can't soul weapons? Senior Bai said as he pointed at Yuan, reminding him that he currently exists within the 9 heavens as a soul while his real body was on earth. What happens if a spirit dies? Yuan then asked. The soul weapon won't be destroyed without its spirit since it came before, but the soul weapon will forever lose its ability to unleash its full potential. Yuan looked at his soul weapons again in silence. What about the spirit in the Vanishing Valley? What kind of spirit is it? He asked a moment later. We don't know. A spirit can be born from almost anything, even a blade of grass if it has enough spiritual energy. But considering its prowess and appearance, it most likely came from a powerful spiritual treasure, or it's a spirit created from that giant sword. Its appearance? Yes, this spirit has the appearance of a human. Only the highest grade of spirits would have such an appearance. Senior Bai said. A human-like spirit, how interesting. Yuan mumbled to himself after learning of this information. C1326 Soul Emperor's Crown. Chapter 1326 Soul Emperor's Crown. 1326 Soul Emperor's Crown, interesting? Don't get any funny ideas, Yuan. This spirit may resemble a human, but it's a monster that will kill anything in its sight. Senior Bai warned him after seeing his expression. Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, I don't have a death wish. Sometime later, Senior Bai retrieved a box from his spiritual ring and said, anyways, I have something to give you. Oh. Remember when you asked me to help you find a soul technique? While I did find someone to give you a soul technique, it doesn't feel right, and I technically didn't give you anything. Senior Bai offered the box to Yuan and continued, thus, I have decided to give you something else. Since you already have a powerful soul technique, this will further strengthen your soul strength. Go ahead and take a look. Yuan nodded and opened the box, revealing a beautiful and remarkable golden crown. Soul Emperor's Crown, grade, mythic, quality, peak, mental strength requirement, 20 million, description, once worn by the Soul Emperor, who was known to have the strongest soul strength in the 9 heavens. Significantly increases your soul strength while worn. Give it a try. Senior Bai said. The moment Yuan wore the crown, he could feel his soul strength skyrocket. My soul strength is 4 times stronger now. Yuan was greatly shocked by how powerful the Soul Emperor's crown was. Anything related to soul strength was incredibly valuable, so one can imagine the worth of a mythic-grade treasure that could quadruple one's soul strength. However, the mental strength requirement was also ridiculously high. It appears that you are much stronger than I anticipated. Senior Bai suddenly said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Soul Emperor's crown requires a tremendous amount of mental strength to wield. Normally, only those at peak spirit sovereign and above would be able to wield it, yet you can wear it without any problem as a peak spirit king. Is that so? Since his stats were still represented as question marks, Yuan had no idea how high they were, but he now knew that they were at least above 20 million, which is around the level of peak spirit sovereign. Speaking of spirit king, you're still looking for a method to break through your physique, correct? Lady Su told me that she may have found something. I'll let her know of your next visit. Really? That's great. Yuan's eyes sparkled. He's been stuck at Spirit King for far too long. Fortunately, he was still in the 3rd heaven, where Spirit King was the limit. After talking for a little longer, Yuan decided it was time for him to leave. I won't take up your time any longer, Senior Bai. Once again, thank you for the Soul Emperor's crown. Senior Bai nodded and said, I wish you the best of luck in the Vanishing Valley and the Shadow Realm. Don't be reckless and stay alive. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan logged off Cultivation online and gathered everyone for a meeting. I have 2 things to talk about today. The first is that I will be challenging the stairway to heaven tomorrow, so the 4th heaven will be open soon. As for the second, it's more of a warning. I have somehow offended the 10 great families and the legacy family, so things might get chaotic soon. The 10 great families? What did you do to offend them? Wang Ming asked. Yuan then recalled his fight with the 10 great families. Those cowardly bastards. Not only did they come after you in a large group, they even have the audacity to threaten you after losing miserably. Chu Liuxiang slammed the table in anger. Even if it's the 10 great families, I don't think they can do anything to us while we're inside the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, Mei Feng said. And she continued, in fact, most of the 10 great families' main branches are located inside the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. So they are our neighbors, huh? Yuan was surprised to learn this information. Yes, they are all located on the upper level of the mountain. While Yuan and the others never tried to interact or learn more about their neighbors, Mei Feng took it upon herself to investigate the entire mountain and all of its residents. If they are residents of Dragon's Spiral Mountain, they cannot touch us without angering the Lord, so there's really nothing for us to worry about, Mei Xiu said. Empty threats. Just ignore them. Wang Bingbing casually shrugged. Yuan nodded, that's what I plan on doing until they make a move. I have more important things to worry about. In the end, nobody there gave much thought to the 10 great families' threat. Due to Yuan's relationship with the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, they were essentially untouchable inside the mountain. Even if the 10 great families ignored the Lord and attacked them, they were confident in their own ability to completely crush the 10 great families with their current strength. The following morning, Yuan logged into Cultivation online and met up with Mei Xiu and the others. Are you all ready? Yuan asked them. Shouldn't we be the ones asking you that? You're the one challenging the stairway to heaven. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Yuan smiled, then let's go. Just as they started moving, Yuan stopped walking and turned to look at Li Jinsi. I almost forgot, ? Li Jinsi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yuan proceeded to retrieve a beautiful black and golden sword from his dragon spatial ring before pushing it towards Li Jinsi. What is this? Li Jinsi asked him. I found it inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. It belongs to you. Li Jinsi tilted her head in a puzzled manner. It belongs to me? But I have never seen this sword before. It's a long story, so I will explain it to you later. Just take it for now. Li Jinsi didn't say anything else and accepted the sword. Beyond its elegant exterior, the sword seemed unremarkable, almost as if it were an ordinary weapon. However, the instant Li Jinsi grasped the sword, it awakened with an unfathomable aura, revealing depths that transcended its initial appearance. This is? Li Jinsi exclaimed with a startled look on her face. C1327 Towards the Fourth Heaven. Chapter 1327 Towards the Fourth Heaven. What a profound aura. It's even stronger than the mythic grade treasure my parents gave me. Shi Meili was amazed by the aura coming from Li Jinsi's sword. This was her first time being in the presence of an Empyrean grade treasure. Golden Empress. Empyrean grade. Li Jinsi swallowed nervously after seeing the weapon's descriptions. Jianghu? Who is that? She wondered inwardly. Did you just say Empyrean grade? Even though they are only a grade above mythic grade, they are incomparably stronger and incredibly scarce. I've only read about them in ancient texts. Shi Meili exclaimed. I cannot accept such a valuable treasure. I don't even think I can wield such a high-grade weapon with my current cultivation. Li Jinsi quickly tried to return the sword to Yuan. This weapon is special, and not only can you wield it, you're probably the only person in this world who can wield it. Yuan shook his head, refusing to take back the sword. If you say so, I will accept it. Thank you, Yuan. Li Jinsi muttered in a dazed voice. She had many questions, but she decided to wait until Yuan revealed them to her. What about us, Yuan? Chu Liuxiang looked at him with anticipating eyes. Yuan smiled and said, Well, I do have some treasures for you. It will have to wait until you're at a higher cultivation. Even if I give you an Empyrean grade treasure now, you won't meet the requirements to wield it. Then how come Li Jinsi can wield that sword? Her situation is a little unique. I'm not sure how to explain it either. How envious. After a brief pause, Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, I'm just joking. I'm already satisfied with my current weapon. She turned to look at Li Jinsi and continued, I don't know how to explain it, but that sword looks like it was made to be held by you. Li Jinsi nodded and said, Honestly, even though this is my first time seeing this sword, it doesn't feel like this is my first time holding it, almost as though I already have years of experience with it. Shortly after Li Jinsi acquired her sword, they made their way to the stairway to heaven. An hour later, Yuan stood before the staircase. There were a little over 1,000 people at the stairway to heaven. Yuan was quite surprised to see so many people there. Oh. There are actually people here this time, and it's quite crowded. When he previously challenged the stairway to heaven, there were scarcely any onlookers or challengers. The fourth heaven is a very different place, Xiaohua suddenly spoke, and she continued, the 9 heavens is divided into 3 distinct levels. The lower heaven to the third heaven is considered the lowest tier and shares similarities in terms of restrictions and resources. In simpler words, there are not much difference between these 3 realms, so going from the lower heaven to spirit heaven isn't as impressive as entering the fourth heaven from the third heaven. What is the cultivation limit in the fourth heaven? Lan Yingying suddenly asked. Divine warrior. Xiaohua quickly responded. The divine realm, huh? That's quite the leap. Shi Meili sighed. How high is that compared to Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked. Brother Yuan is currently a spirit king. He would need to break through Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sovereign, and finally Spirit Enlightenment before entering the Divine Realm and becoming a Divine Warrior. The difference between the Divine Realm and the Spirit Realm is like heaven and earth. Not even 100 Spirit Enlightenment could defeat someone who just became a Divine Warrior. Wow, Yuan didn't immediately challenge the stairway to heaven and decided to watch the others a little. As expected of Luo Zhihao. He's managed to climb the 3rd step in less than 5 minutes, and he's only an 8th level Spirit King. As talented as Luo Zhihao is, he won't make it to the door. I have never seen anyone that isn't a peak spirit king climb all 9 steps. Shortly after reaching the 4th step, challenger Luo Zhihao could not endure the pressure and quickly gave up. The next challenger was a peak spirit king cultivator. Isn't that Xingjin? I have been wanting to see him challenge the staircase since he entered peak spirit king 30 years ago. Omicron M. After spending half an hour, Xingjin managed to climb all 9 steps, almost failing at the last step. 50 challengers tried to climb the staircase to reach the door over the next 3 hours. However, despite most of them being peak spirit kings, only 2 of them managed to reach the door in the end, with the rest failing before even reaching the 4th floor. Let's climb after the next one, Yuan said to the others. They made their way to the front as the next challenger began his climb. I'd like to climb next, Yuan said to the person working there. And before the worker could even respond, Yuan continued, I will also be helping them ascend, so I'd like 4 additional medallions. Lan Yingying and Xiao Hua entered his body before he approached the worker, and since they were his servants, they didn't need any medallions. The worker looked at Yuan with a deep frown. Are you messing with me? If so, get lost. No, I am dead serious. Yuan calmly replied. The worker looked at the beauty standing behind Yuan and cursed inwardly, bastard is just trying to show off. Whatever. He'll only embarrass himself. And without saying another word, the worker tossed 5 medallions at Yuan. Yuan kept the challenger's medallion and handed the other 4 to the Meishio and the others. The observers who saw his actions were greatly surprised and immediately began mocking him. Look over there. He's going to carry 4 people through the stairway to heaven. Can you believe this? Ha ha ha. What a fool. He's trying to impress those fairies, but he'll only end up embarrassing himself. I don't recognize him. He must be a nobody. As more and more people noticed the situation, the amount of ridicule and mockery being thrown at Yuan increased. However, Yuan was unfazed by the surrounding mockery and calmly waited for his turn to challenge the stairway to heaven. C1328 Make it more difficult. Chapter 1328 Make it more difficult. After taking his medallion, Yuan waited about 15 minutes before the challenger failed to climb the staircase. It's our turn, Yuan said as he calmly approached the stairway to heaven with Meishio and the others followed him from behind. The area immediately became rowdy the moment the spectators saw Yuan and his group. Why are there 5 of them? I thought only one person could challenge the stairway to heaven at a time, asked someone who didn't know about the carry system. A challenger can bring up to 9 people with him through the stairway to heaven, but each additional person will drastically increase the difficulty. I have never seen anyone successfully carry 1 person, much less 4. He'll definitely fail at the first step. What an arrogant brat. I don't blame him for wanting to show off to those fairies with him, but he's biting far more than he can chew. He'll only end up embarrassing himself now. While the spectators continued to mock him, Yuan took his first step onto the staircase. I don't feel anything. Yuan thought to himself as he effortlessly walked to the next step. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the 2nd step. Huh? Yuan ascended the first step so swiftly that spectators began to doubt their eyes. However, even upon reaching the 2nd step, Yuan felt no pressure, as if the challenge held no weight. Without hesitation, he leaped to the 3rd step. What? How is he already at the 3rd step? It hasn't even been a minute since he started the challenge. Fuck. It's as if the stairway to heaven isn't functioning properly. The spectators were in disbelief. They have never seen anyone ascend with such minimal effort before. Yuan jumped to the 4th step the moment his foot touched the 3rd step, his movements as light as a feather, and he continued to climb the steps without stopping. In the blink of an eye, Yuan reached the 9th step without a single break and without a drop of sweat on him. The entire area fell into a hushed silence as everyone struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yuan had ascended to the door faster than Meishio and the others, who were unaffected by the pressure. It was an inexplicable outcome. Mei, who was new to the stairway to heaven, noticed the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd and wondered to herself, why do they look so surprised? Is it really that hard to climb these steps? Upon reaching the door, Yuan and the others placed their medallions into the slots, opening it. The spectators watched as Yuan and his group disappeared into the void beyond the door. Even if he managed to enter the stairway to heaven, it'll only be a matter of time before he fails and returns. Yeah. I think so too. The door to the stairway to heaven suddenly opened again only a few minutes after Yuan and his group entered, and the first challenger who made it to the door emerged from it with a defeated look on his face. Meanwhile, inside the stairway to heaven, Mei and the others were transported to the spectators' room the moment they entered. Welcome back, Master. Tian'er greeted Yuan. It's been a while. Tian'er nodded and said, Master, you have become a lot more powerful since your last visit. I'm glad you think so. Because Master's current strength far surpasses the stairway to heaven's expectations, you may choose to skip the challenge and go straight to the fourth heaven, Tian'er suddenly said. Really? Yuan didn't expect to be able to skip the trials entirely. I thought it wasn't possible to skip these trials even as the master of this place. Tian'er nodded in confirmation. It's only possible when the challenger's strength far surpasses the current requirements. With Master's current strength, you'll pass the trials with ease. It would be pointless to make you take the trials. Yuan smiled and responded without any hesitation in his voice, no matter how easy the trials are, I will still do them. After all, they are related to my past. Tian'er nodded, then I will immediately begin Master's trial. Wait a second. Yuan suddenly stopped her. You have the ability to change the trial's difficulty, correct? Can you make it more difficult for me? Tian'er nodded, yes, I have the power to do that. Do you wish to increase the difficulty, Master? Yes, make it suitable for my current strength. Yuan nodded with a confident smile. A profound smile appeared on Tian'er's face as she thought to herself, as expected of Master. She had a feeling that Yuan would increase the difficulty, and giving him the option to skip the trials was actually a trial in itself. However, it was also true that Yuan's current strength would render the trials child's play. I understand. I will adjust the difficulty of the trials to match the Master's current strength. Tian'er proceeded to close her eyes and stood there in silence. She opened her eyes a few moments later and said, Okay, I have adjusted the difficulty. Are you ready to start, Master? I am. The scenery swiftly transformed, and within moments, Yuan found himself standing on an empty stage, encircled by a colossal crowd of giants. This place is the Tournament of Strength? Yuan quickly recognized his location, as he still remembered that the previous trial had ended right before he could participate in the tournament. He quickly looked around, and sure enough, he could see Huang Shaoli and her family in the crowd, as well as Princess Maya and Giant Emperor Kulis at the royal family spectating area. Boom! A massive figure suddenly jumped onto the stage, landing right before Yuan. It'll give you a chance to surrender, human, unless you want to become human meat paste. The giant before Yuan said with an arrogant look on his face. Yuan immediately peeked at the giant's cultivation base, his heart skipping a beat after seeing the results. First level divine warrior? He cried inwardly. C1329 Divine Warrior. Chapter 1329 Divine Warrior. For our third match, we have Warrior Gulag and his opponent, Tian Yang. Giant Emperor Kulis personally announced the matchup, showing his favoritism. That human will be squashed like a bug by Warrior Gulag in the blink of an eye. What's the point of this match? A giant mocked upon sensing Yuan's insignificant cultivation base. Warrior Gulag sure is lucky. This is essentially a free round for him. Good luck, Yuan. I know you can beat him. Huang Shaoli's loud cheering overlapped the surrounding mockery, attracting several displeased gazes. Ha ha ha. How dare a mere spirit realm human cultivator stand in the way of a divine realm expert? I can kill you with a sneeze. Warrior Gulag laughed out loud. Despite the mockery and disdain, Yuan's facial expression remained the same, completely tranquil. Even though he's at the divine realm, he doesn't seem any stronger than Bai Shutao at spirit enlightenment. As expected of a genius from the upper heavens. Yuan thought to himself. Of course, Bai Zetao's actual cultivation was much higher than the divine realm, which plays a factor in his overwhelming prowess. This match confirmed Yuan's current strength to be comparable to an ordinary cultivator at the divine warrior realm, meaning he could fight someone 4 entire realms above his own cultivation. No, this is not my limit. Yuan raised his fists and stood in a fighting pose. Let's see if your strength is as impressive as your mouth. You. Warrior Gulag's face flushed with redness. Let the match begin. Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly declared. You will regret standing before me, human. Warrior Gulag roared, and his skin abruptly shifted to a silver-gray hue with a shiny and smooth texture, resembling a body made of steel. That's the Steel Mountain physique. I've been told that it's one of the top 5 most durable physiques in the continent. One of the spectators commented in an excited tone. Warrior Gulag's giving that human too much face by using his physique. Meanwhile, Yuan acted as if Warrior Gulag's physique didn't exist and jumped at him. A vicious light flickered in Yuan's eyes as he threw a fist at Warrior Gulag. Warrior Gulag, who was too prideful to block the attack, decided to stand still with a confident look on his face. Bastard will only hurt himself. He laughed inwardly. However, when Yuan's fist connected with his stomach in the next moment, Warrior Gulag's face contorted in extreme pain as his body arched backward. Gah! Warrior Gulag flew all the way to the edge of the stage, barely managing to stay within its bounds. The audience fell silent after witnessing such a scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ha ha ha. That's what these fools get for underestimating my rival. Giant Emperor Kulas laughed out loud as he slapped his leg, causing ripples to appear. Yuan didn't chase after Warrior Gulag and allowed him to regain his composure, which took a good moment. Impossible. Warrior Gulag cried inwardly. Why does a human have such strength? How can a mere spirit king inflict such damage on my Steel Mountain physique? Warrior Gulag quickly recognized Yuan's strength and immediately ceased underestimating him. Upon standing back up, he spoke in an apologetic tone. I apologize for underestimating you. His Majesty had a good reason for taking interest in you, but I was too filled with envy to accept it. Does this mean you'll fight me seriously now? Yuan asked. Of course. Warrior Gulag immediately released all of his cultivation and activated his body enhancement technique, further boosting his Steel Mountain physique. Seeing this, Yuan could no longer afford to go easy and activated his transformation technique. What kind of technique is that? Is he really human? Is that even a body enhancement technique? I have never seen or heard of such a mythical technique before. The audience was greatly shocked by Yuan's transformation and doubted whether it was within the tournament's rules. Omicron M. Giant Emperor Kulas narrowed his eyes at Yuan for a moment before speaking. It's within the rules. Since Yuan's dragon transformation technique only affected his body, it would fall in the category of body enhancement. After his transformation, Yuan's aura soared all the way to the heavens. Warrior Gulag broke into a cold sweat just from the pressure being emitted by Yuan. Human or not, I will be victorious. Warrior Gulag took the initiative and charged at Yuan this time around. Seeing this, Yuan also advanced. Die. Warrior Gulag hurled his fist with all his might, and Yuan confronted it head-on. Upon the collision of their fists, the space surrounding them began to twist and warp. Most of the audience anticipated Warrior Gulag's victory, but the results greatly disappointed them. Yuan's strength was simply far superior, quickly overwhelming Warrior Gulag and blowing up his entire arm almost instantly after their clash. Warrior Gulag fell to his knees while coughing up a mouthful of blood. Can you continue? Yuan asked him with a relaxed face, looking as if he'd barely put any effort into their fight. I forfeit. Warrior Gulag shook his head. Winner, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulis announced with excitement. Yuan deactivated his transformation and walked off the stage before going to where Huang Shaoli was standing. The audience immediately made room for him, their faces filled with awe and shock. That was amazing, Yuan. Huang Shaoli was smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, but that was barely a warm-up. In his mind, Yuan was also surprised that Head managed to defeat a divine warrior so easily. Did Tiana really increase the difficulty? That was too easy even if it's a warm-up match. The tournament immediately continued to the fourth round with both fighters being giants, and unlike Yuan's match that ended in the blink of an eye, these two giants would spend the next several hours beating each other with nothing but their fists, their bodies soaked in blood by the end. Since martial techniques were banned, it looked like an ordinary fight between mortals, but each of their punches packed enough force to create powerful gusts of wind at every impact. The audience was hyped and screamed throughout the entire match, making it seem they were in a festival of sorts. C1330 Royal Guard. Chapter 1330 Royal Guard. Since the fourth match took several hours to conclude, Yuan had plenty of time to recover his strength even though Head barely used any of it. Furthermore, Yuan did not recognize the fighters for the fourth match, as he doesn't recall seeing them in the qualifiers during the previous trial. Did the fighters change because of the changed difficulty? He wondered to himself. That's what a fight should look like. Right? It isn't a fight if there isn't a pool of blood by the end. The giants laughed merrily as the fifth match began. Once again, it was a fight between giants. The air would vibrate and the ground would tremble with every punch. Yuan narrowed his eyes at these fighters, as they were both third-level divine warriors. The fighters for the fourth match were both second-level divine warriors. Just how much will their cultivation increase by the time it's my turn again? Yuan's anticipation grew when he came to this realization. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' area, Shimeli asked, "Hey, why does that girl beside Yuan look like you?" Shimeli stared at Chu Liuxiang, who shrugged, "I don't know." After the fifth match came to an end, the judge announced, "Sixth match. Royal Guard Baisar and Tianyang." Huh? It's my turn already? Yuan thought he had to wait a few more matches since there were supposed to be 30 fighters. I guess they don't want me to have too much time to recover. Yuan thought to himself as he went onto the stage. His opponent was a giant and a member of the royal guard that serves the royal family, Giant Emperor Kulis family. The royal guards? I have never seen them appear in the tournament before. The spectators were especially excited by his presence. The royal guards consist of the strongest warriors on the entire continent and are seldom seen, only appearing during emergencies or when the safety of the royal families is threatened. Normally, it would be unthinkable for such powerful warriors to appear in a tournament, even if it were the biggest tournament on the continent, but Yuan was inside the stairway to heaven, where anything was possible. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw Royal Guard Bar's cultivation. 6th level divine warrior? Seeing Yuan's surprised look, Royal Guard Baisar spoke in a calm voice. Although the royal guards have never appeared in the tournament before, it's not like we are forbidden from participating. We just don't have a reason to, as we are satisfied with our position. However, this year is different. The winner will have a chance to marry Princess Maya, and I have admired her ever since I first laid my eyes on her. I don't want to bully the weak, but I must acquire the title Colossal at all costs. Yuan was speechless. You may begin. The judge announced a moment later. Mammoth body temperament. Royal Guard Baisar roared, immediately activating his body tempering technique, causing his body to grow double in size. All royal guards are bestowed with the mammoth body temperament, a technique derived from the great mammoth body refinement. While it may be a weaker version of the great mammoth body refinement, it is still potent enough to rank among the top 3 techniques on the continent. Thankfully, we are limited to our physiques and body refinement techniques, Yuan thought to himself. If this was a regular tournament where they are allowed to use martial techniques, he'd have trouble fighting someone at Royal Guard Bar's cultivation. When it came to a battle of raw strength, one's cultivation wasn't as important as their Buddhist temperament. However, Royal Guard Basar still had an advantage with his superior cultivation since he could recover his injuries and stamina with spiritual energy, allowing him to fight longer than someone with a lower cultivation. Of course, one could strengthen their body using spiritual energy, but it won't be anywhere as effective as body tempering, and it consumes too much spiritual energy. Yuan did not dare to underestimate his opponent and immediately transformed. The smell of a beast, how unpleasant. Royal Guard Basar muttered as he threw a punch at Yuan. Wanting to test his strength, Yuan confronted the attack with his own punch. The audience was pushed back by an intense gust of wind the following moment. In the end, neither Yuan nor Royal Guard Basar moved an inch from their exchange, almost as though they were equal in strength. Royal Guard Basar wore an expression of incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom that a human could match him in sheer strength. "Let me see you do that again," he shouted as he punched again. "I'll do it as many times as you want." Yuan smiled. An even more powerful gust of wind was created a moment later, yet Royal Guard Basar found himself unable to push back Yuan. However, it was the same for Yuan. Royal Guard Basar remarked with a slight smile, "Seems like your triumph over Warrior Gulag wasn't a mere fluke. It's been a while since I had a decent opponent. Nevertheless, if this is the extent of your abilities, defeating me will be beyond your reach." Earth Titan Physique. In the span of a heartbeat, Royal Guard Basar added another meter to his stature, and his physique became even more chiseled. "I'll surrender if you can take this punch without any injuries," Royal Guard Basar exclaimed as he threw his third punch. Yuan could immediately tell that he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if he confronted this punch like he did previously, but he also wanted to see the difference in their strength. "Ha!" Yuan confronted Royal Guard Bar's third punch with all of his strength. Thump. The entire stage trembled upon impact, and Yuan felt a shockwave shattering the muscles in his arm under immense force. Following their clash, Yuan's arms suffered a similar fate to Warrior Gulag's, reduced to ruins under the overwhelming force. "Burn this into your soul, human." This is the difference between giants and humans. Royal Guard Basar laughed out loud. Chapter 1331 Royal Guard, 2. Chapter 1331 Royal Guard, 2, Yuan. Huang Shaoli covered her mouth with a shocked look on her face after witnessing Yuan's arm exploding into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the audience cheered loudly for Royal Guard Basar. "Hell yeah! Kill him with your next punch." The audience rooted for his victory. Yet, in the very next moment, just as the audience began to erupt in celebration, Yuan's previously annihilated arm miraculously regenerated, emerging anew in pristine condition. The sudden recovery left onlookers in stunned silence, an awe-stricken hush settling over the gathering as they grappled with the astonishing spectacle before them. What in heaven's name did he just do? How did he recover from such an injury? There's no way. He must have used some kind of medicine or treasure. But we were all watching him. It's impossible to do such a thing without getting caught before so many eyes. Even before His Majesty's presence, too. You never know. Humans always have tricks up their sleeves. Royal Guard Basar did not think Yuan was cheating and asked, "Is that your physique?" "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. Given that his regeneration ability stemmed from the consumption of demon cores and was intrinsically tied to the unique attributes of his physique, one could technically categorize this remarkable capability as an extension of his physique. Humph. No matter how many times you regenerate, it won't help you defeat me. Royal Guard Basar remained calm despite Yuan's godly healing abilities. And without uttering another word, Royal Guard Basar launched yet another punch at Yuan. Knowing that he couldn't overpower Royal Guard Basar in his current state, Yuan swiftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding the strike. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist landed directly on Royal Guard Bar's body, but he was only able to push Royal Guard Basar a few steps back and cause the area he punched to swell up a little. Heh! Royal Guard Basar scoffed at the damage he received, which quickly healed even without needing to use spiritual energy. At this point, it appeared that Yuan was destined for defeat, as he seemed to lag behind his opponent in every conceivable aspect, and this thought was aligned by most of the audience. However, there was still something that Yuan had yet to try. Typically, activating more than one body tempering technique simultaneously was deemed impractical, as the strain imposed on the body and the issues of compatibility made it an untenable approach. In Royal Guard Bar's case, he was using a body tempering technique to further boost his own physique, which is the ideal method for most cultivators. However, not every physique seamlessly accommodated such techniques. In reality, the majority of physiques proved incompatible, yet the exception lay with most giants, who were inherently endowed with physiques conducive to the application of body tempering techniques. This is what Royal Guard Basar meant by the difference between humans and giants. After taking a deep breath, Yuan activated Golden Mountain Body Refinement, something he had learned during his previous trial. In the ensuing moment, a delicate veil of golden aura enveloped Yuan's form, resembling a translucent armor. What? Royal Guard Basar furrowed his brow at the unexpected sight. Like the majority of the audience, he had initially assumed that Yuan's transformation was a manifestation of a body tempering technique. Regrettably, their assumptions proved to be misguided, for Yuan's transformation was more intricately tied to his bloodline rather than any conventional technique. This feeling isn't bad. Yuan was satisfied with the results. Although Golden Mountain Body Refinement was only supposed to enhance his defensive capabilities, he could feel his strength surge as well. Regardless of the tricks you may possess, they won't aid you in defeating me, Royal Guard Basar declared with disdain. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a barrage of fist thrusts aimed at Yuan. Eager to gauge the extent of his newfound capabilities, Yuan opted not to evade the oncoming punches but instead confronted them head-on, testing the limits of his enhanced strength. Dong! The collision of their fists reverberated like the resounding beat of a war drum, echoing through the air with a palpable intensity. Dong! 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 Several exchanges later, both Yuan and Royal Guard Basar took a step back. While Yuan's arms did not succumb to the explosive aftermath as they had before, the exchange did not leave them unscathed, and the impact resulted in some of his muscles and veins bursting. Yet, Royal Guard Basar found himself in a slightly more dire state than Yuan. In addition to the bursting muscles and veins, his bones had shattered into hundreds of fragments under the immense force of the collision. Royal Guard Basar gritted his teeth in frustration. He was slightly behind Yuan in terms of strength, but it wasn't to the point where he would outright lose. Since I have the superior cultivation, I will win if I outlast him. I doubt he'll be able to stay in that form for too long. Undeterred, Royal Guard Basar chose to stake everything on outlasting his opponent. Swiftly mending his injuries, he wasted no time launching another assault on Yuan. Yuan immediately knew what Royal Guard Basar was thinking and decided to entertain him. In the ensuing hours, Yuan and Royal Guard Basar engaged in an unrelenting exchange of punches, continuously obliterating their arms in the relentless confrontation. Why isn't he tired yet? How does he still have the energy to sustain that form? Royal Guard Basar pondered nervously, sensing his own spiritual energy nearing its limit, while Yuan continued to exude boundless vitality. How does a spirit king possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? And how can he persist in such a formidable state for such an extended duration? Royal Guard Basar gritted his teeth in frustration, grappling with the perplexity of the situation. You don't look so good. Do you need a break? Yuan suddenly asked. What? A look of disbelief painted Royal Guard Bar's face, transforming swiftly into anger as he realized that Yuan had just mocked him. C1332 Royal Palace. Chapter 1332 Royal Palace. How dare you look down on me, a mere human? Royal Guard Bar's countenance seethed with anger, incensed by Yuan's suggestion that he take a break. Yuan shrugged and remarked, "Why do giants obsessively look down on humans? If I recall correctly, giants used to be humans." The entire venue fell into an abrupt and eerie silence as if Yuan had uttered something he wasn't supposed to disclose. After a moment of chilling silence, Royal Guard Basar erupted with extreme anger, roaring, "Blasphemy! The audacity to compare a giant's bloodline to that of a lowly human. I will not let this slide." Royal Guard Bar's eyes turned red, resembling that of a wild beast, and his aura gushed with immense killing intent. However, no matter how angry he got, he was still below Yuan in strength, and after another hour of brawling, Royal Guard Basar exhausted his spiritual energy and mental strength. Eventually, Royal Guard Basar succumbed, dropping to his knees with a broken arm that no longer recovered. "Victor, Tianyang," the judge declared a few seconds later when he could not sense any will to fight in Royal Guard Bar's eyes. Yuan took a deep breath before walking off the stage. Despite winning the fight, he was not satisfied with the results, as it had taken him everything to defeat Royal Guard Basar. "I won't be able to win the future matches at this rate. I have to find a way to further strengthen myself before the next match begins," he thought to himself. Just as Yuan walked off the stage, Giant Emperor Kulis stood from his seat and spoke, "We will stop here for today and will resume in 48 hours. This is perfect." Yuan smiled inwardly. Seeing how he was given so much time, Yuan realized that the stairway to heaven already anticipated that he would lose the next match and gave him some time to prepare. "The stairway to heaven expects me to grow during the trials. After all, this place is also a training ground for me." For most, the stairway to heaven is perceived merely as a bothersome wall one must climb to reach the upper heavens. Few pause to ponder its true purpose, a training ground, offering an opportunity to surpass one's limits. "What are you waiting for?" Giant Emperor Kulis asked his daughter when he noticed that she wasn't following him back to the palace. Princess Maya replied with a smile, "I'm going to stay with my new friends for a little longer." Giant Emperor Kulis looked at her gaze that was directed in Yuan's direction and laughed out loud, "Why don't you invite your friends to the palace?" "Are you sure, father? When have I ever doubted myself?" Giant Emperor Kulis said before disappearing from the scene. A few moments later, "Look! Princess Maya is coming to the crowd. I wonder what she's going to say. My heavens! I have never seen her this close before. I will remember this moment for the rest of my life." While under the audience's gaze, Princess Maya leaped into the air and landed right behind Yuan and Huang Shaoli. "Hey, if you don't have any place to stay for the next 48 hours, why don't you come to the palace with me? I've already got my father's approval, so you just need to nod." Princess Maya asked them with a beaming smile on her face. "What? The royal family has invited them to the palace? But they're humans. No human has ever stepped foot inside the royal palace before." Yuan looked at Huang Shaoli and her family and asked, "What do you guys think?" "We are not foolish enough to reject the princess' generosity. Naturally, we are willing to accompany the princess to the palace," Huang Shaoli declared. "You heard them," Yuan said to her. "Great. Then I will bring us to the palace immediately." Without any delay, Princess Maya retrieved a device and poured her spiritual energy into it. In the ensuing moment, Yuan and the others' bodies started emanating a radiant blue light before abruptly disappearing from their current location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves within a vast and opulent building, and in comparison to the enormity of their surroundings, they were practically akin to ants. Wow! As expected of the royal family's home. This place is as large as an entire human city. Huang Shaoli was greatly awed by the spectacle before her eyes. This is just the lobby. The actual rooms are much bigger than this. Princess Maya smiled. "Come, let me show you your rooms." Yuan followed Princess Maya, but since the place was so huge, it didn't seem like they were moving even though they had been walking for several minutes already. Do you walk around like this all the time? Huang Shaoli asked her. No, I am usually in my giant form when I am at home. Want me to carry you guys? I don't think that would be appropriate for a princess such as yourself. Huang Chen said with a nervous expression on his face. Don't worry about it. I couldn't care less about such things. After saying such words, Princess Maya began growing in size, quickly reaching 50 meters tall. As her growth ceased, she extended her open hand towards them, signaling for them to climb onto her palm. Without hesitation, Yuan leaped onto her palm, and once everyone had settled on her palm, Princess Maya resumed walking. Whoa! This is so fun! Huang Shaoli exclaimed as she spread her arms wide as if she wanted to embrace the wind. Sometime later, they arrived before a massive door. This will be your room. Since it's large enough to fit 1,000 humans with ease and for convenience's sake, you guys can share it. Of course, if you wish to have your own room, it won't be difficult to make such arrangements either. Princess Maya said to them. I'm fine with sharing the room, Yuan said as he looked at the Huang family, who also had no objections. Princess Maya nodded upon their approval and opened the massive door with a single hand. C1333 2 Days. Chapter 1333 2 Days. Upon entering the room, Yuan and the Huang family were greeted by a luxurious room that was far too big for them. As Princess Maya claimed, the room could easily fit over 1,000 humans. In fact, just the bed alone could fit over 10,000 humans with ease. I don't know what to say. Huang Shaoli muttered in a dazed voice. It wasn't too bad before we entered this room, but now that there is furniture and stuff, I really feel out of place. Is this how ants feel when they enter a human's house? I am speechless. Princess Maya placed Yuan and the Huang family on the table before shrinking her size to match theirs again. What do you plan on doing now? Princess Maya suddenly asked him. Are you expecting me to do something? Yuan raised an eyebrow. She nodded and said, while you are definitely very talented, even defeating a formidable opponent like Royal Guard Baisar, you won't win the next match in your current state. That's nonsense. Yuan will definitely win. Huang Shaoli exclaimed, defending him. Yuan smiled appreciatively and replied, thank you, but she's correct. My next opponent will undoubtedly be much stronger than Royal Guard Baisar, and if I enter the stage in my current state, I will definitely lose. No way. Huang Shaoli was speechless. We still have 2 days before the next match. Princess Maya said. Huh? Are you proposing that he enhance his strength in just 2 days? That's too little time. It's impossible, even for someone as talented as him. Huang Shaoli remarked. Although it might sound like she was underestimating Yuan, she wasn't entirely wrong. 2 days is an incredibly brief period for any cultivator, especially for someone at Yuan's level of cultivation. Had Huang Shaoli uttered anything to the contrary, she would have sounded absurd. After all, even if one were to gorge themselves on treasures, the absorption of spiritual energy from those treasures would still necessitate time. Achieving substantial growth required the consumption of potent treasures, and the more formidable the treasure, the lengthier the process of absorption. At Yuan's level, if he wanted to see any significant growth, he would need more than 2 days. Unfortunately, that was all the time he had. I don't know how much help he'll be, if he'll even be of any help, but I will stay here with you for the next 2 days if you ever have any questions. Princess Maya said. Please don't expect me to give you any treasures, okay? I am already interfering with the tournament by helping you, which could get me in trouble with my father. The most I can do is give you guidance. Yuan smiled, don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything unreasonable. And thank you. Princess Maya nodded, and she said, then let's get started. Given the limited time of 2 days, there are only 2 methods I can think of that will provide you with a significant boost in strength. 1. Achieve enlightenment for your current techniques, or 2. Consume treasures and absorb as much as you can in these 2 days, Princess Maya presented the two viable options to Yuan. Achieving enlightenment is easier said than done. That's not something you can do just because you need to. Huang Shaoli shook her head. I concur that the first method is unreliable and, frankly, nearly impossible. Therefore, we must opt for the second option. Hopefully, you have some treasures on you. Princess Maya glanced at Yuan. I do have a few in mind. He nodded. Is it really okay to consume treasures? Huang Chen suddenly spoke out. We're technically still in the middle of a tournament, after all. Huang Chen was worried that Yuan might break some kind of rule by consuming treasures during the tournament period. It's fine. He's only forbidden from using treasures during his fight. Princess Maya reassured that Yuan's safe, and she turned to look at Yuan before continuing. With that being said, any treasure that you consume and don't finish absorbing before you step on the stage will be erased, so you'll waste anything that you don't finish. Thanks for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Yuan proceeded to take a seat and started to look through all of his spatial rings and storage pouches for any potential treasures he could use to strengthen himself. I have plenty of treasures that will increase my spiritual energy, but since I am bottlenecked at peak Spirit King, it wouldn't make sense to consume any of these, as it would only be a waste of resources. He quickly ignored all of the treasures that would only improve his cultivation and focused solely on those that could boost his bloodline or physique. I could also temper my body, but I don't have anything that will give me any significant boost in 2 days. After a brief pause, Yuan realized something. No, wait a moment. He retrieved a transparent gourd filled with golden liquid that came from the golden celestial tree. Feng Feng told me that its liquid could be used to temper one's body. I didn't use it before because it could have forced me to ascend, but now that I think about it, my cultivation is limited to Spirit King because of my physique, so I shouldn't be able to break through even if I used it. Even if I somehow manage to break through Spirit King and become a Spirit Emperor or Spirit Sovereign, I should be fine because I am currently inside the stairway to heaven and I already plan on getting to the 4th heaven. What is that liquid? Huang Shaoli asked with curiosity written all over her face. Liquid from a golden celestial tree. Yuan nonchalantly responded. While Huang Shaoli didn't react to it, Princess Maya, on the other hand, expressed immense shock. Did you just say liquid from a golden celestial tree? But there's so much liquid. How old must a golden celestial tree be to yield such a substantial amount? Exclaimed Princess Maya in astonishment. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.